My mic is not allowed to be muted. That ruins the whole setup. What's up, baby? We in here. We ready to rock, man. All these W's, we don't know what to do with up in here.
We don't know what to do with them, man. But I'm still here with these bars, though. I'm still here.
Oh, we got them bars, baby.
They can't box me out yet.
And look who's back. Look who's back in the building. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Guess who's Bizak?
Yes, sir. Chris Johnson, what's happening? Strobe, what's happening? Jason, Michigan Wolverines, Mark Dubb. Tyler, what's happening, baby? Lake Show, Manny, what's good? Warren, Dr. David, Pierre, a.k.a. the world's first me. I'm with it, man. What's good? Rob Dubb, we see you. Who else we got in here? Mrs. Mac 10.
Miss Mac 10 is the lick. West Side is the click.
She says she sneezes, but she's here. Adam L., what's happening? Oh,
Cheryl and B. Moore, what's up? Cheryl, I was watching I told him yesterday on the show, I was watching the Maryland High School state championship last night. St. Peter's versus Mount St. Joseph, I think it was. St. Francis.
We see you, Ramsey. We see you. Oh, ESPN 1320. We see you. ESPN1320.com, that is.
Yeah.
Go to the contest page. Enter to win AEW tickets for March 8th at the Golden One Center. Go do that.
Those are my people.
All right. I think we got everybody, man. We're thrilled to share. Showtime, baby. Showtime.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yeah, man.
Your franchise ain't won 4 straight. We can't relate.
Don't talk to us.
Your franchise ain't in the 3rd seed. We can't relate.
Don't talk to us.
And y'all ain't got a victory anthem like my man Young Zell right here. We can't relate. Young Zell, tell him about it.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning.
That's right.
If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning.
Nope.
This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now.
Tell them like the beam. Let's go, baby. It's a victory Wednesday here on the first day of March. We appreciate you so much for being with us. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with us. If you're on the Odyssey app, if you're on ESPN 1320 AM, if you're on 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2, we appreciate you. If you're watching on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, or you're watching on Facebook Live, we are so happy that you are here with us. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of today's show. Coach Mark Campbell, Sac State women's basketball coach, he's going to join us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. But your Sacramento Kings get another victory, 36 on the season, 4th in a row, 123-117 without De'Aaron Fox. The playoffs are getting closer and closer.
Hey, man, this team is sick, man. This team is sick. Let's go, man. Hey, 4-0 since the break.
Yep.
3-0 road trip.
4-0 since the season ramped up.
Since the season ramped up. That's
since
right.
competition
everything
got tough.
And they weren't going to be able to do that. They weren't going to be able to do that.
They were going to be the only ones. The whole season was turning up for everybody except for Sacramento.
Hey, man. I was sitting there, just sitting there looking, man. Just taking everything in, getting ready for the show. These boys about to do it, bro. These boys really about to do it.
Yeah,
we on the precipice, baby. These boys really about to do it. Hey, if they're not already, come on home, fellas. Come on home, fellas. Y'all did your 3-0 roadie. Come on home.
Oh,
we got you on Friday and Saturday. Let's go.
This the NBA, bro. They home.
They home.
Yeah, they definitely home. My guess is they probably off today. Going in, get some shots up, get some treatment or whatever. Update on De'Aaron Fox from Chris Biederman last night. Precautionary MRI, no structural damage. He is day-to-day. I want to quote it correctly. He said no significant damage. He is day-to-day at this point. There's optimism that he's going to play Friday. My guess, knowing De'Aaron, he's going to play Friday. I think you hit the nail on the head, and I heard this repeated last night. I think you hit the nail on the head here yesterday during the show, though, when you said, if it's sketchy and he takes today off, man, that becomes 5 days of rest real quick. And we know how well De'Aaron has healed, if you will, this year. We know how much he's toughed some things out. But those 5 days off, I think, will go a long way into a rematch, which I think is going to be talked about quite a bit on Friday. Funny thing, leading in, I was thinking, gosh, the Kings got a couple of days off. That's kind of unusual at this point in the season. What are the Clippers doing? The Clippers go to San Francisco on Thursday. So it's the Clippers at the Warriors on Thursday night with the one against Sacramento at the Golden One Center on Friday.
Remind me at some point. I don't want to talk about it now because it's about the Kings in this particular segment. But remind me, I want to talk about that Warriors-Clippers matchup.
Warriors-Clippers. Okay. Oh, yeah, we got time for that. We'll go over the NBA because I watched the Warriors Blazers last night and got some thoughts on that. We'll talk about it. We mentioned that De'Aaron Fox was out. Obviously, everybody well aware of that. We gave you an update on what De'Aaron Fox is. Let me, if you don't mind.
Yeah, do what you got to do.
Let me be the first.
Do what you got to do.
To give flowers to Davion Mitchell. That's what I wanted to see from Davion. I don't know this. Wasn't there. Wasn't in the huddle. Chris Biederman wasn't eardropping and texting me notes or nothing like that. I gotta believe Mike told Davion, hey, go out there. Be aggressive. Be you. You don't have to work. Like, we're not looking for someone to score 34 in place of De'Aaron tonight. We're looking for this starting lineup to collectively step up. And step up they did. And I believe Davion was a big part of that. Davion came out and I think he hit 3 threes in the first quarter.
Yeah.
And there was that, all right, he's feeling good. Like, he feels good about where he's at. He's got control of this offense. Davion is always going to be what Davion is on the defensive end. But I was so happy with the way that Davion Mitchell played yesterday. I was happy to see that shot fall for him. I was happy to see him aggressive. I was happy to see the rest of that starting lineup step up without De'Aaron Fox out or without De'Aaron Fox on the floor. And I was really happy to see no one overextend themselves into trying to make up for the 30 points that you were going to lose with De'Aaron by yourself. They collectively did it. And we'll talk about what that means as we roll along here today. But first order of business, Davion, here's your bouquet.
Hey, shout out to Davion Mitchell. He deserves that bouquet. He deserves all the accolades. And I was just sitting there. I was watching the game again, and I was looking at Davion, and I was just like, man, this dude need to be here for a while. He is really good at his role. And what I think his role is on this particular team, the way this team plays, isn't to get buckets. It's not to get buckets. It's to be a perimeter defender. And he's elite at that. He's top flight at that. And I don't want to say that's all he's supposed to do, but that's your job. Davion can score 2 points and do his job and impact this game. When he has games like yesterday, when Fox is out and he's able to put up 15, that's a bonus. That's a bonus. But I looked at Davion, I said, this guy, to me, core.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And to go out there and see him play the way he played yesterday offensively and then have that confidence, it kind of put the game away late in that game. I love to see it. That's icing on the cake for Davion Mitchell. Once again, he was phenomenal on the defensive end. One of my favorite plays yesterday was in the third quarter. They were coming out of a timeout. They had already gone on, a little bit of a run. They come out of a timeout. There was some kind of backdoor. Davion right there on the backside help, strips Jalen Williams, Santa Clara Jalen Williams, leads to Keegan.
Boy, Mark Jones was having a hell of a time yesterday. Jalen Williams. Okay. That's Santa Clara. I'm trying, people. He hit us with the I'm trying, people.
He said, there's got to be a better way.
That's what he said. That's exactly what he said. Oh, there's got to be a better way, folks. That's such a great line. There's got to be a better way, folks. Well, yeah, you got to find out them brothers' nicknames right there.
Davion with the strip leads to that. It was so clean. It was so quick. Late in the game when they were trying to pick on Kevin Huerter, Mike Brown said, "Yo, Davion, you hop on Jalen." And Davion shut all that down. He said, "We're not doing that no more."
Yeah.
I love Davion's role on this team. I know a lot of people are frustrated by it. I think he's just fine.
Okay. Can you expand on that for a second? For me, this is 100% for me. Do you feel like you're 100% clear on what Davion's role is?
For me, yes.
Yeah.
For Mike Brown, I can't say. But I think if I'm Mike Brown, I'm telling Davion, your job is to get in there, be active on the defensive end, be a pest on the defensive end, be who you are on the defensive end, and then offensively push the ball up and make sure we're pushing the pace and you're getting the ball to the Malik Monks. Usually he plays with Sabonis, Trey Lyles, guys of that nature. Like when Davion's on the floor, in my opinion, he's like the third or fourth option offensively.
No matter what group he's on the floor with. Okay. I'm good with that. I think a part of my frustration with Davion lied in the two previous games where De'Aaron was out. We now know for the birth of his son. And it was kind of, yo, let's go, baby. Come on, let's go, Davion. Let's go. And he fell short in both of those. At least offensively, he fell short. And maybe I don't know. I felt like his mindset, it looked like his mindset was different yesterday. And I'm not trying to get into the mind of a professional athlete. I feel like there are specific times where you can judge an athlete's mindset. The very beginning of a game and the very end of a game. And I mean, it's part of what this beautiful year has given us, is fourth quarter Fox, right? I think we saw Davion's aggressiveness level yesterday in the first quarter and his willingness to take shots in the first quarter with Domas out there, with Harrison Barnes out there, with Keegan Murray out there. That gave me the feeling that he was locked in a way for this game that maybe he wasn't for the previous two, or maybe he was clear about what he wanted to do in this game versus the previous two.
Yeah. I mean, and that could absolutely be the case. MP in the chat, he asked us, KC, what do you think Davion should at least be averaging coming off the bench? I mean, all things considered, I mean, I think he's averaging 5.5. I'd like to see him around 8, maybe, if we could get there. But it's not enough. That's not his role.
But you've been adamant most of the season, if not the whole season. Anything Davion gives you offensively is a bonus.
Yeah, I think so, just because of the makeup of that bench unit and that roster. Like I said, it's not all 5 bench guys out there. It's usually one of the either Fox or Sabonis. So they're going to be the one option. And then you've got Monk, who's probably going to be 2. There's certain times when Sabonis and Fox are out there with Davion Mitchell.
Yeah.
Like he's not going to get a lot of shot attempts. We looked at it a couple of weeks ago when this whole Davion thing came up. All his percentages are up. He's shooting better across the board. The only thing that's down is his shot attempts. And that makes sense considering who he's out there with. So to answer that question, he's at 5. Would I like to see it at like 7 or 8? Absolutely. But I'm not going to, as long as he continues to do what he does on the defensive end, I'm not going to trip off that.
You talked about core, man. You talking core. Harrison Barnes, number 40. He had himself a game last night. I thought these starters did a magnificent job last night with De'Aaron Fox out. We'll dive into that. We'll really break down this game. We'll open up the phone lines for you as well. 916-909-1320. As we mentioned, Coach Mark Campbell's going to join us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. We'll dive into the rest of the league. We're in the process of getting ourselves familiar with this Ja Morant story right now. We've got James Ham in the final hour. So much more. We're just getting started.
You know the vibes.
Oh, man. You know what it is? I've gotten so used to hearing them, I don't even mention that they on the way.
Remember, it used to be like a really, really big thing. The King's
Drake Bars was a maxi single last year. Now it's a double album. We'll drop them when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. And Jesse's back.
Yeah, man.
I ain't seen a tweet in 3 days.
I'm not gonna lie. Like I was in bed, like being all rested and stuff. Like maybe I'll send a tweet out.
I was like, okay. I actually had put together one and then realized I can't do the Odyssey thing until we go live. And it was like, never thought about it again. I tried to get ahead of as much as I could. Then Trista was dump that. Somebody was hitting me up for the clip yesterday. And so I had to cut that clip, put that on social media, and send it to anybody who might want to see. Oh, they saw it. It was seen during the show because of the tweet. And I, as I apologized to our coworker Trista Crick, I was like, "Look, man, your boy out of pocket. I'll leave the rest of the conversation."
Like I said, man, we didn't like his tone.
But
what you want me to say?
You know, one of her favorite albums. I learned this last night about Trista. I did not know. The Chronic. She hit the IG story like, "Yo, I can't wait for this." And I'm look at like, what is she talking about? Like, what did I pull it up? Like,
De'Aaron in the last 10 games? Like, is that what you can't wait for?
The Beam? What is she talking about? I was like, well, King's post was on here. No, she's talking about the Chronic.
A lot of people are hyped up for that. And I might say it's not going to disappoint.
No, it's not. It was as good of an episode of that show as we've done. In fact, it was so good. I'll save the surprise for tomorrow. It was so good. We're reformatting the show. That's how good it was. Yeah, y'all are good. I think you guys are really going to dig this. Go subscribe to Corners of the Culture if you have not yet. I think you guys will dig this one. Or even if you haven't listened to them before, go subscribe to Corners of the Culture. It's a good podcast. We're proud of it, even though we briefly let it breathe.
The MIAA B basketball championship is between Chapelgate and St. Mary's.
I was wondering.
Speaking of high school basketball, it was rough for the Sacramento region yesterday.
Oh, was it? Man,
damn near everybody got knocked out. Damn,
man,
that hurt. Only one still standing, still strong, is Inderkum.
Really?
Inderkum won their game.
Good for them.
That I know of. I could be wrong. I don't want to disparage the ones that I didn't see, but I was looking at some of the scores, and my Lady Lions lost, Jesuit lost, Folsom lost, Sac High lost. Yeah, Miss P. Chapelgate in Maryland. Unlike these people you see on TV, I like hoop. So I'm watching the Maryland State Basketball Championship. They're playing St. Mary's right now. It's Chapelgate getting smacked. It's 13-4 right now in the first quarter.
Bro, if this is true, Ja Morant's acting like a fucking high schooler. Bro, like, hold up. Like, y'all were in the mall parking lot? Like, how old are you?
Come on, man. This dude, I like I said earlier, even if it's not 100% true, how do you even find yourself in these situations, bro? How?
That dude is trying to live a life that he is not.
That's exactly what it
made
is.
for.
Oh, my bad. Shout out to Rio. Rio won. That's what's up. Rio American.
Wow. Okay, Rio.
Yeah, Rio got a really good team this year.
Do they?
Yeah, they lost in the semifinals of the sections, which was kind of a surprise. I think they were the 1 seed, but they got to go to state, so they won last night. That's what's up.
I think in terms of reporting, the Washington Post is unmatched. Like their reporting and news writing is just phenomenal.
Better than the Times?
I think so. I think the Washington Post is the best newspaper in the country. The best reporters in the country. This is an incredibly detailed story. Man, I didn't Rio didn't used to get down like that, man. I didn't know.
Yeah, Rio.
I didn't know. Good
back.
for them.
Granite Bay won too. See, there might have been a couple that I missed. Granite Bay upset the 1 seed. That's a good look.
Yeah,
it's a great look.
Just ignoring, the Roseville, Rockland, Granite Bay area. It's fine. We ain't gonna forget.
Well, I wonder what Whitney did. Whitney might have a bye because I think the boys and girls are in the.
It's weird. Whitney got that girl who's a highly recruit.
Everybody comes to see her. Huh?
Yeah, I think that everybody. I think their team is bad.
No, I think they won the championship.
Did they?
Mm-hmm. They won D3. No, or were they in the finals against Vanden? Or they win D2? I can't remember, but that's
got to be. I thought about that when a particular coach came to see that young lady. Like, how nerve-wracking is it to be playing a high school basketball game, and in advance, which is something like I learned. You get told, "Hey, so and so's coming to see you," and that's got to be tough.
That's one thing. One thing I can't speak to. I never had like big time coach come see me play. The biggest coach I had come see me play was Coach Katz, and that was like kind of like, damn, I need to be on point. So Christian Brothers, I think Christian Brothers won. The girls won last night, I think.
Whitney won both men and women's section. Right. Okay. Yeah. Live on the Odyssey app, ESPN 1320 Twitch, live on 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2. Shout out to all the HD2 listeners. We appreciate you.
Big ups.
But you heard the beat. I mean, we've got plenty to talk about as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. We spent some time during that commercial break catching up on the Washington Post report on John Morant. We've got a lot to talk about today. But we can't talk about Harrison Barnes. Or Keegan Murray. We can't talk about the Sacramento Kings winning their 4th straight until we give the people what they're here for.
Come on, man. It's
the longest album in Kings history right here. Who knew?
Hey, man, it's just a staple in the Kings community right now. Everybody knows what time it is. It's Young Zell and it's Drake bars.
Can I give you credit for something?
What's that?
You really did start something with these Drake bars. Like Drake bars, if we play 6 degrees of separation, Drake bars gave us Young Zell.
Facts. Young Zell everywhere right now.
Zell's Drake bars gave us Light the Beam.
Yeah.
Light the Beam got Young Zell at the Grammys next year, from what I hear. He gonna win an album. He gonna win an album of the year before Beyonce.
No lie. Young Zell definitely at the Grammys next year.
And it was always like Mark, Dr. David, Manny, couple people in the mentions, like, yo, let's get them Drake bars. And now you open up the mentions after a Kings win, and it's let's go, baby. It's Drake bars.
Like I said, it's a staple in the Kings community, man. The people, they show love for it. Man, much love to y'all, man.
Can I say real quick, the craziest thing about Drake bars is Rick Ross co-signed Drake bars too. Let's not forget that.
That's when it
he put 4 fire emojis. He co-signed. Like Rick Ross.
Rose did co-sign Drake bars. How was I ever going to stop at that point?
We have Rick Ross to blame for all of this. Ricky Rose. Rose posted a picture, by the way, because we talk about this a lot of the beard, and I say I want to get that Rose. If you look close enough, Rose got a little.
Oh, I can believe it.
I mean, that's why you can't get that sharp without a little.
They all do.
Without a little artist.
They all do it. And it's fine. Like if I had somebody who could do that every single day or anytime I need to.
Well, you got them. I'll send Darren to you. You got the money. Like, I'll send Darren to you to come get
I don't have that D-Lo money.
Oh, please.
Google.
Stop.
Google them.
Google the lies. Indeed. Google the lies.
I saw Khaled at the same thing. He was on Jennifer Hudson's show. Just boom.
Yeah.
You know who also is like kind of like not on their game, and you can kind of see it.
Yeah. LeBron, I can think of one.
LeBron and Shaq.
Oh, LeBron?
Yeah.
Oh, his isn't tight?
Well, not in the last couple of days. Like you could tell, like he hadn't been to the barber.
Oh, yeah.
You know what you see? You see some of the gray.
Yeah. I thought you were gonna mention Chris Tucker.
Oh,
Chris Tucker at the All-Star game was not good.
I saw him at the All-Star game, but he had a beard.
It's like Chris. No, it was his hair. It was like, Chris, you're like 50-something. Don't do that. Like, make it. It's got to be. The whole thing is it's got to be natural. You've got to be. It's makeup. It's just men applying makeup. That's all it is. When it gets to the point of like you're painting, it's over. It's over. You're doing it the wrong way.
I can't do that, Chris.
Yeah,
can't do that.
Can't do that.
Damn.
But
damn. Ryan said Jamie Foxx is another one. Jamie Foxx.
But
Jamie
that's
keep
all right.
it tight though.
Yeah, but Jamie, Jamie can do that.
Absolutely.
Jamie's probably the most talented human being on earth.
He's unbelievably talented. I
I
was listening to Unpredictable over the weekend. One of the great R&B albums in recent memory.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Wow. But that's neither here nor there. Because the Kings win.
You are not about to hear one of the best R&B albums in history at the end.
Speak
end of
for
these
yourselves.
bars. At the end of these bars.
The streets are telling me different.
That's true. And y'all need to stop doing that. Y'all have got to stop doing that. You have to stop encouraging him.
The Kings went into OKC. When they were in there on Sunday, they stayed there and they handled business again last night to get out of OKC and have a happy flight back to Sacramento. 123, 117-40. I need the beat, big dog. You already know what it is, man. I really don't care what First Take got to say, man. They ain't hoopers. They don't watch hoop. They don't love hoop like I do. Drizzy Drake, you know the vibes. Let's get it. Crazy how now you act funny and don't pick up the phone. Before you cop the Tesla, it was my studio you called home. Get a Michael B. follow, and now you want to roam. But the only Rome I acknowledge is I belong to you. Look, 3-game roadie, yeah, they swept that thing. Harrison getting buckets, 15 getting loose. About as nice as KC when I step in the booth. The Sacramento Kings, man, the ceiling is the roof. Whoa. I said the Sacramento Kings, man, the ceiling is the roof. Whoa.
I belong to you.
Oh, let's go.
You
keep it going.
Belong to me.
Yeah. You know it.
That's the only part of the hook that I remember.
I belong. Let's go. Joe, monumental air horns. David got on Drake bars. Let's go. David got on Drake bars. Let's go.
No, that's not what that was. That was just a reference to the old R&B track.
Yeah,
that's all it was.
That was my song.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Rome could go. Yeah. Is that the only one he had? I'm thinking of another one.
He had another one. I remember the video. They were on the beach, and it wasn't as big.
I thought it was. It's a breakup record, right?
Yeah, it wasn't as major.
There's no way I'm gonna be able to Google Rome and get the answer.
I'm gonna find it right now.
I belong. Every time I see you. Woo! I forgot about that.
Make
me wanna
sing.
And every time.
Damn, what was it?
Love it drives me.
Oh, this is gonna bother me.
Get you a sports show host who can break down R&B tracks from that
Say my lady,
mid-90s.
you are so fine. I wake up in the morning. I ain't gonna do it no more because Jazz is probably like,
oh yeah, Jazz is throwing something. That's good stuff
that
right
was the
there.
one.
That's good stuff right there. I appreciate it.
Only Rome we acknowledge is I belong to you. Look.
I hope you guys have as much fun as we do. We are having so much fun doing this radio show. We have fun whether the Kings win or lose, but we can tell you now, having lived something we didn't live the last 2 years, it's a lot more fun.
Nah, bro, this hit different
when they're winning.
it's absolutely different.
It's a lot more. It used to be the laugh to keep from crying. Now it's just a blast. That's all it is.
Yeah.
What was your biggest takeaway from last night? Kings going there to get the win. Shorthanded Oklahoma City team. That's fine. It's not the Kings' problem. Kings playing without De'Aaron Fox. That is their problem. What stood out?
The fact that this team just has a glow right now. They got a glow.
Yeah.
Like they went out there and they wasn't really messing around. Like they was up 11 early. They scored 44 in the first quarter without De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
Like the pace that they were playing with last night, I was listening to the Kings beat and they were talking about how the Kings aren't as high as you would think in pace, considering they're right now the greatest offense of all time statistically. They're like 10, I think James was saying before. James Hammond, 3 o'clock. He was saying they're 10 before yesterday. And OKC plays like top 3 pace. So the Kings kind of matched that and played. But to me, without really knowing all those statistics going into it, it jumped off the screen in that first quarter. They were getting up the court. They were moving.
Yeah.
And the confidence to be able to do that.
That's it.
Without like, oh, De'Aaron's not here. Like,
yeah,
we're just going to keep doing what we do.
Yeah.
We talked about it, I think, yesterday. It's a culture. It's a system.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is what we do. When De'Aaron gets back, we're going to do it even better. But with him out right now, it's cool. Davion, you know what it is. Push the ball up the floor. Yeah. Trey Lyles, you push the ball up the floor. Sabonis, get that rebound. Go. Let's go. Yeah. Keegan Murray now dribbling the ball, pushing the ball up the floor. I just love the confidence. This team has the glow. Like I said, man, they're going to do this thing. They're going to do this thing. And I don't want to, for the fourth straight day.
Cart and horse. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that damn cart.
They might do this thing running away, bro.
Well,
they're playing that good. It's about how they're playing. They're playing that good right now. The confidence oozes. They ooze machismo, but they also ooze confidence off the screen.
Yeah, they it's about how they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talk about going away, you can also factor in the way that everybody else is playing.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, everybody said this was going to be difficult. Well, at this point, the other teams are beating the crap out of each other, as we'll lay out later.
Mm-hmm.
But the Kings took care of business against, no matter what flight issues they had, no matter what game plan they threw out. That first game after the All-Star break, Portland was a team that everybody said was going to contend for the playoffs or the play-in or an opportunity. That's what Dame likes to say, right? An opportunity to get into the tournament. So you can't rewrite history now. That's in fact what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got the classic against the Los Angeles Clippers, and you've got two games against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Pretty sure the Thunder are on national television more than the Sacramento Kings are.
Come on, man.
The Thunder are a team. Oh, you got the darling Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I get it. Shai didn't play. The Oklahoma City Thunder were a team everybody was talking about coming out of the All-Star break. Hey, what type of confidence could they build if they grab a playing spot, even if they just get the opportunity to play in a playing game? What does that mean for them team? That team who's getting a high draft pick, who's getting Chet Holmgren next year, who's got all of these different assets that you could package. You'd already seen the storylines. At what point do the Thunder package all of these picks for a disgruntled superstar? Okay, calm down.
Yeah.
Kings came out and took care of business against all four of those, or three of those teams, all four of those games.
Handle business.
And now you've got a stretch coming up where people are going to, and I'll say it, irrationally look forward to Friday night's game.
I'm one of those people.
Well, that's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
That's all right.
We are looking for, hey, standings, 3 seed, get out my face. We got business to attend to. Everybody else who's not paying attention, I guarantee you, anybody, you got the screen in front of you. Friday, PTI, Tony and Mike, one of them on the quick little run through at the end. Kings Clippers tonight, over under 325 points. They're gonna throw that bit out there for a callback to last week, and that's what people are going to be talking about. That's what NBA people are going to be talking about heading into that game. Of course, it would mean they're talking about the Sacramento Kings, but a lot of whether they discuss that game might have to do with what the Clippers do on Thursday. Because if the Clippers lose again, they're 0-4 out the gate. That's going to make them a bigger story. Headed into that game against Sacramento.
Absolutely. And I'm gonna say right now, we got 2 days to get to that. But I want a madhouse on Friday.
Oh, I think you're getting one.
Madhouse. I don't like when I would work with the kids at these basketball camps. We get them to work hard, and one of the camp instructors would be like, "Hey, you walk through the door, you got to take your cool jacket off. You're not cool. It's time to get grimy and all this other stuff." People going to the Golden One Center on Friday, take your cool jacket off when you walk through that door. It's time to. I want that place to be a madhouse on Friday night. And like you said, I think it's going to be. I'm ready for that one. The Kings are coming back. The Kings have just started the second part of the season, 4-0. They went on a 3-game road trip, went 3-0. They're coming back home Friday. Let's give them what they deserve, man. Let's give them what they deserve. I cannot wait. I'm one of the irrational ones.
That's all right.
I am. I can't wait for Friday night, baby.
Well, I can't wait for Friday night because I want to see these two teams play again. And I want to see the Kings keep responding. They don't play again before then.
Mm-hmm.
That is the next game. The Clippers, and I'm catching people laughing at the Clippers, and like, that's cool. Like, they lost the double overtime game to the Kings, and I ain't trying to stall out the Clippers. I'm just saying, like, be careful.
Mm-hmm.
They've lost the first 3. I got you. And you mentioned the lazy takes on Russell Westbrook. It's cool. I peeped Russ's numbers, and I'll stay away from the points and assists because people just seem to gloss past that stuff now. So I'll give you percentages because everybody loves percentages.
Yeah.
Field goal, 3-point free throw. In the 3 games, he's 50, 40, and 100. Talk to me. They lost in double overtime to the Sacramento Kings. They lost in overtime to the Denver Nuggets, and they committed 4 million turnovers last night. They got to settle down. They got some things to correct. This is a difficult team that the Sacramento Kings are going to be taking on Friday.
Yep.
But I'm very thankful that the Clippers have the Warriors first, because if the Clippers are ultra motivated to get their first win, take it out on them.
Yeah. That's a big game.
That's a
That's
huge
a big
game
on Thursday.
Absolutely.
I don't know what the tiebreaker situation. I know the Clippers just beat the Warriors like a week ago, and I'm not sure what happened before that, but that's a big game.
You talk about big games, talk about tiebreaker situations. Kings right now, 2-1 Clippers?
2-1 Kings.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what I meant. 2-1 Kings.
Yeah, you can lock that up on Friday. You can lock that up. I was thinking about this today, and she's going to be here on Friday. Trista Crick, with that money down on the Kings to win the division. His boys are like right at the doorstep of winning the division.
She's getting paid.
That's crazy.
What's that look like right now?
That is crazy. I think
3.5. They got 3.5 on Phoenix.
Wow.
They got 3.5 on Phoenix, 4.5 on Golden State, and lost the Clippers.
Yeah.
They've blown the Lakers out the water. The Lakers aren't a discussion, except on ESPN. That's the only place they're discussing. That and the most dangerous offense in the NBA, the Phoenix Suns.
Oh my God! Well, the Warriors' most dangerous offense as well.
So I'll give this to the Warriors because the two names that came up in that conversation were the Denver Nuggets and the Golden State Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
I'll use I'll use the Will Z stat and the Kenny Caraway stat.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny Caraway stat: Warriors are 2 points per game. Warriors are second. Offensive efficiency, Will Z stat. The Denver Nuggets are number 2. So whatever your metric is, those I'm fine with both of those. Phoenix right now is like 21st. They're like 16th, I think, in offensive rating and 21st in points per game. I can't remember the tweets out there.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, with Kevin Durant here. Okay, no, I get it. Like, KD's one of the most dangerous players. Where do you think these points are coming from? Like, is Kevin Durant just going to pull points out of the sky that weren't there before? Like, no, he's taking somebody else's. The team is going to have to adjust for Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
And hey, that's a fine adjustment if you ask me.
Absolutely.
Adjusting for Kevin Durant is fine. But Jason Jones's words were echoing in my head yesterday. Like, why do y'all care about this so much? I realize my issue now with what the Kings are doing is no longer the fact that you're ignoring the Sacramento Kings. It's the fact that you're bad at your job.
Being incompetent.
That's my issue. It's like people turn to you. It's like you were saying you were listening to I think it was the Hoop Collective, and they were talking about that final play with Malik Monk hitting the threes in regulation against the Clippers. The way they broke that down was completely wrong.
It's wrong. Incompetent.
Well, how many people were listening to that didn't see that? And that's what you recite to your friends when you go to the barbershop, which you heard on the Hoop Collective, which is just wrong information. That's my problem.
Yep.
Is that you're just continuously barfing up the same names, the same teams, and the same tired statistics, despite the fact it's not relevant to the conversation. That's my problem. Y'all want to sleep on the Kings? Sleep on them.
So be it.
Sleep on them.
So be it. That ain't.
But y'all sound goofy.
Yeah,
I just want y'all to know y'all
sleep
sound goofy.
or they're awake or whatever. Kings gonna keep winning games, and they're gonna keep putting up 120 on people's heads. And when they put up 120, 130, you can't beat them. That happens every time. It happens every time. So They can keep doing that. The frustration is
can't wait till the story comes out. The Lakers know if they get the Kings, all they got to do is score 136 points. They might get a win. That's all they got to do.
Look, and they're gonna be like, the Kings, when scoring 130 or more, are 17-1 this year. You know the one.
You know the one.
It was the Lakers.
They're going Paul Heyman. We're the one in 17-1.
So look, man, it's
Anthony Davis out tonight.
Anthony Davis out. I mean, hope he feels better.
Season's running out.
Season's running
just
out,
quick,
bro.
Quick notes to Laker fans. This thing is going to expire.
This isn't Major League Baseball.
You don't get an infinite amount of games to catch up. Somebody tell those dudes on the desk at that damn television network, games are going to run out.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And like I said, the Kings, it's talking about a team that has the best offense in the history of the game right now. Best offense in the history of the game. And this is a team, we talked about pace. They don't have to score running up and down the floor. You get them in a half court, they'll dissect your defense surgically that way.
Yeah.
Don't let them start getting stops. Don't let them start getting stops, because then they're going to get out in transition, hit threes, get to the bucket, all this other stuff. Sabonis pushing the ball up the floor. This team, not saying these other teams aren't good offensively. That's not what either one of us are saying. I just know what this team has been able to do all year, and nobody has been able to figure them out. They can try in the playoffs if they want to. I still think they're going to put up 118 to 120 in the playoffs.
Shout out to the homie Frankie, and then our man Kamara, who threw this in a text thread earlier. The Kings' record against the conference is now 24-13. Remember when they went 0-4?
Mm-hmm.
Those were conference games.
Damn.
They're 24-9 since then. I'm glad Ja's good in the West. I'm glad Ja's good in the West. But the Sacramento Kings are currently 24-13 in that department.
These dudes is going crazy. Not to mention,
and they didn't play 24 games against the Rockets and the Thunder.
No, they still got a game left against the Spurs.
Bro, this ain't got nothing to do with nothing. You know, the Spurs finally won a game yesterday.
I was watching that game. I said, "Wow, they did that."
You remember we were so they lost 16 in a row. You remember we were talking yesterday? They had lost, what was it, 15 out of 16, 16 out of 17?
Yeah.
They still have a better record than Houston.
What is Houston?
How do you have stretches like that?
What is Houston?
And you're not the worst team. They're not the worst team in basketball.
Jeez.
That's wild. Houston, by the way, currently losers of 10 straight.
Lost again last night, too, by the way. Tragic.
But we good in the West.
We good in the West.
We good in the West, baby.
We good in the West. Not good in a mall parking lot, but we good in the West.
We'll bring that story to you if you haven't read it.
Dude, this dude was at Florida Mall causing havoc. Stop, bro. What are you doing?
John Morant thinks he's a 17-year-old.
What are you doing, bro? Come on, man. That's inexcusable. The other thing I was going to say, though, and I know you probably saw this and know this, not only are the Kings 24-13
That's it.
in the Western Conference, he was at the best road record in the Western Conference.
Mm-hmm.
I think they moved to 19-13 last night?
I think we had them at 18-13.
18-13. Best road record in the Western Conference. They travel.
Yeah.
This offense is travels. And look, when people talk about the playoffs being a different game.
By the way, best and not particularly close either.
No.
Denver, for context, but Denver's 16-15.
No, it's not close at all.
The Clippers are 18-16. Those are the only two teams in the conference. Quick scan that are above 500.
Wow.
Sorry, two other teams in the conference that are above 500. I love to look at it league wide, but it always gets skewed when I get to the Knicks.
Yeah, shout out to the Knicks, man. Knicks tape.
Who are 18-12.
Finals preview next Thursday. Be there, be square.
Hey, may very well be. May very well be. The Kenny Caraway finals.
I'm going for the Kings all day. You know that, but damn, love my people in New York, man.
Live from
the Mecca.
35th Street in New York. Whatever street it's on. It's not 35th, but whatever it is.
The Mecca. But yeah, I was just gonna say, the Kings, they always get it done, man. They get it done. I know the playoffs. All playoffs are different. I get that. I'm not disputing that. But
Are they?
Yeah, because I think you play the same team, multiple games, so it could be a little.
Yeah,
different.
we're doing pretty good in that department.
I'm saying it's another series they won, right? They hadn't lost a series this year.
Mm.
I think they swept them. No, Minnesota was a split.
Minnesota.
Denver was a split.
Yeah.
They swept OKC and they swept Houston twice.
Yeah. Oh man, we're just gonna get more obnoxious with each victory. With each win, we're gonna get more obnoxious. By the way, speaking of obnoxious, shout out to our guy Matt George. We talked about this on the latest edition of his Locked On Kings podcast, which I'm not sure if it's dropped yet or if he's dropping it at 4:00. But make sure you're subscribing over to the Locked On Network. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Kings. Don't feel like we've given enough love to Harrison Barnes. I don't even know if we mentioned Domantas Sabonis' name yet. We'll look at that. We'll look at the rest of the association. And since we're giving out flowers, man, nobody deserves a bigger bouquet than our man, Coach Mark Campbell, the head coach of the Sac State women's basketball team. He'll join us at the top of the hour. James Ham at 3 when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
From the professor, Jason Jones, a tweet 30 minutes ago. NFLPA player survey. Dolphins, Raiders voted best working conditions. Commanders have the worst via The Athletic.
You said Dolphins, Raiders? Okay.
From the NFLPA. Jason says, interesting because the Raiders were in the news for being sued for the environment.
They were?
Well, wasn't that the situation with Gruden? Didn't he sue him?
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that, dude.
Such a weird situation.
I thankfully forgot about that, dude.
Yeah.
He gave me. This is a thing now. This is a full-on thing. Matt is the days of Matt George joining the show and just talking. They're dead. They're dead. It's tomorrow at 3:20. His arrival will be a thing. It will be a thing.
Oh man, hey, that boy shaded.
So
Woo!
that's fair. Draymond had a hell of a second half yesterday, though. I thought Draymond was really influential in that team win. I have a theory on that. I ran it by Kyle Matson.
I always say, because I teach Reach this all the time, man. Yeah, you're gonna get people be like, "Oh, you got dunked on, man." So what, man? Like,
hey, do it,
whatever.
Garrett Temple, challenge the shot. That's your job.
Whatever, man. If
that was exceptionally nasty. Though.
That was
God.
No shot.
I almost text you after I saw that. I was like, "Oh, Lord."
Oh, Shader he different. But I tell these kids, well, they're not in the position right now. But I was like, when you get to the point where you're older and you can maybe contest dunks. If I'm coaching you and you get out of the way instead of contesting, yeah, you can get all the way out of the way. Come sit next to me.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody, and you better play some defense. Get all the way out the way.
Yeah.
You think this Kings core, like obviously you add to the bench and stuff like that, not going to do it this year, but eventually, you think they can eventually become contenders, like championship contenders, this group?
I really do think so.
Yeah.
I really do think so. And the reason why is you got, they heard you, right? You have to say, okay. The reason why you got 2 All-Stars.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got a guy in Keegan Murray that Keegan is, since the All-Star break, Keegan is looking a little different.
Yeah.
Keegan is looking a little different. And if he can up his game, it gets real serious at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think they can.
Fall over. We're trying to get these hung up, but a little easier said than done. Sometimes working in a building with a bunch of radio stations can be like working with a bunch of children. So we got to make sure all the children are happy,
including us.
Oh, we're the biggest kids here.
Hey, I didn't see this. I'm gonna check this out. I did not see this. Did you see they got it? Oh.
Will Z tapped in with us. I think you said this. The show blends together because we're on the air for 4 hours on the live stream and don't really step away from the microphone. But you were talking about Keegan Murray during the commercial break. You said, "Yo, that dude."
Jesse asked a question. The question. He said, "Do you think that this team? Yeah, there's going to be little, things that you shore up here and there, but the core of this team. Do you think it could be a team that contends for a championship?" And I said, "Yes, I do." And it's not just a homer thing or anything. Like, I'm seriously looking at. They got 2 All-Stars with Fox and Sabonis, 2 potential All-NBA players in Fox and Sabonis. And then the other thing I thought about that could put them over the top is Keegan Murray. And this is where Will Z comes in, because I said since the break, Keegan is looking different. You just look at him play. He looks different. He's out there defending. He's out there making certain moves offensively instead of just standing around catching, shooting. He's looking different. And Will Z hit us up.
Yeah, he did. He sent us one of his stats. And the stat says Keegan Murray, 2-point field goal percentage through the first 46 games, 46.8%. His 2-point field goal percentage in the last 4 games, 68.4%. He's been more aggressive attacking the rim, and it's showing in those percentages. I think he had a putback dunk last night.
He did. So
that's what we're doing now, huh?
That's what we're doing.
That's the stage of the season we hit. It's just Keegan is just grabbing some putbacks on everybody's neck, huh? Okay.
This dude. All
right.
And that really is the X factor. Well, the funny thing about it, though, guys, is that is the X factor, Keegan Murray. But the Kings, and this is so important, they kept their pick this year. And you guys have heard what I got to say about this 2023 draft class. This class is going crazy. We talk about a couple guys that, Damian Fraschilla, watching college basketball.
Big fan of his.
But my guy at Kansas, Jalen Wilson, like you saw that game when they played Kansas State, and he had like 33, and you're like, yeah, that boy's balling. Like, what? He top 5? I said, no, he's like going second round.
Yeah.
Like and he's nice. Yeah. Like, I like him. They got a Keontae Johnson over at Kansas State.
Buckets, dude. Yeah. That kid could go.
And these guys, they got some legit players in college basketball that are going late in the first round, possibly second round. And you don't know what you're going to find in this draft. And the fact that they were able to keep that pick and, no kind of ties to it or nothing. And, Monty has shown he's got an eye for what he does in the draft. So I said I would put all that together with what Keegan could possibly be, with what they could possibly add. Absolutely. This is a team that can keep ascending in the Western Conference.
Speaking of Monty McNair, speaking of an eye on talent, shout out to Tyrese Halliburton, who doesn't have an eye for fashion. Tyrese, and I'm just going to say this definitively, can't dress worth crap. Like, Tyrese looks absurd at this point.
The only thing
he looks ridiculous.
Tyrese is this is what I found out. Tyrese is not a he's not a winter dresser. In the summer,
it's facts.
I like his shorts, and he actually has like a line of shorts that I wouldn't mind getting a pair.
He did not have those shorts on yesterday.
No,
he had 2023 extra baggy white socks, very shiny church shoes. It was
not a winter.
And he does this really weird stiff walk for his pictures, which I can't understand. We saw him do it at the Golden One Center. It was one of the oddest things I've ever seen, because it was clearly for the camera, like he was getting his pic, but it was like a show for the picture. And I ain't mad. We just explained the show we put on at Sky River Casino for our picture.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Tyrese did the Lord's work yesterday.
He did.
And had a big game against the Dallas Mavericks as the Pacers got to win.
I got a chance to watch the end of that game, man. And by the time I watched, that's when Indiana started collapsing. But they held on. They held on and pushed the Mavericks even further down. Easy work for Indiana on the offensive end. What they put up, like 129?
Pacers out there doing the Lord's work.
Come on,
yeah,
man.
it was 124, 122.
Yeah, 124. Easy work, man. Easy work.
Dallas is falling to the 7th spot right now, by the way. Yeah, they are 32 and 31. Sometimes the sexy move doesn't amount to anything. I like Kyrie a lot. I just the roster has a lot of flaws.
And the move, like say for instance, Kyrie signs, which I don't think he will, but let's say he continues to sign in Dallas. It may be good for the long term because then you can start building things around that nucleus. Right now, with 22 games left, you don't have enough time.
Yeah,
the roster ain't there.
They'll rightfully so not acknowledge this as a move for the future. Their best approach, though, is to believe that this is a move for their future.
Yeah, and it better be that. Kyrie a free agent.
You said you don't think he's.
No, I think he's going to the Lakers.
You think so, huh?
I think he's going to the Lakers. He could, like, Dallas is a situation that I could see him staying in, but if I had to pick, I think he's going to the Lakers.
So, no hateration or no holleration
in this dancery.
Does that matter?
You know how I like Kyrie. You know I really like him as a basketball player. You got to have a lot of good defenders around him, and maybe the Lakers will have that next year with the Vanderbilt.
Yeah, Danny Ainge gave him a couple.
Right,
gave him a couple very nice young defenders.
Vanderbilt, Beasley. So maybe it'll help out, but yeah, the perimeter defense with Kyrie there, you gotta have some help with him. So maybe it might help him out. But at that point, let's just be real. Lakers are just another year older.
That and that's
Kyrie's another year older.
Yeah, Kyrie, who's younger than the other two, is older. Anthony Davis is older. Anthony Davis is struggling at this age. And then LeBron James is like we're nearing the end. For as great as he is, we're nearing the end. And him and KD are in that similar. Look, you're not getting 82. Are you getting 70? Now the question might be, are you getting 60 from those two in a season? And if the answer is no, it probably is. Can you survive?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Not our problem.
Not our problem at all. They're going to have to deal with the Kings. They're going to have to deal with the Kings.
Yeah, they're going to be chasing the Kings.
They're going to have to deal with the Kings. You know, there's two things because I want to talk about the NBA point, but there's something that I thought about yesterday when it comes to the Sacramento Kings and De'Aaron Fox. And I was listening to something. And remember, we had talked about the possibility of all NBA, right? And I was listening to something. It's one of these basketball podcasts I listen to, maybe Simmons or something like that.
Of course.
And he was talking about all NBA. And it's fair. Like, it is a bit of a reach to say De'Aaron is going to be all NBA. But I think he named the first two. It was like Luka and Ja. Donovan Mitchell was in there. All fair.
Easy.
He had another one that was like drawing a blank. Dame.
Ja's easy. Dame's easy. Yep.
Yeah, Dame. Like, fair. Then he said Tyrese Halliburton, possibly. And I said, I can't go there. De'Aaron Fox is having a better season. And then I started thinking about the whole totality of what was being said, because he even mentioned, he's like, are they going to do Kyrie? Because Kyrie's had a heck of a season. Like,
and I feel like they're not.
I don't think they are either. But he's had an all NBA caliber season.
Absolutely.
But I started thinking about all those guys. And I thought about De'Aaron Fox. And remember what I would always say about De'Aaron Fox when people were like, yo, he's got to get better on defense. I said, for what? None of these other guys get better on defense. Like, they don't guard nobody. And I got to thinking about it, and I said, this was coming off the heel of Friday's game. You know who was guarding Paul George in the clutch? De'Aaron Fox. You know, you go back a couple of games, you know who was guarding Kyrie Irving in the clutch? De'Aaron Fox. You know who wasn't guarding De'Aaron Fox in the clutch? None of them.
Mm-hmm.
Not Paul George, not Kyrie. They played Memphis in a close game earlier this year. Who was guarding De'Aaron Fox? Dylan Brooks, not Ja Morant. They played Atlanta in a close game a couple of weeks ago. Who was guarding De'Aaron Fox? Not Trey Young.
It ain't going to be him.
It was DeJounte Murray. And that is what separates, in my opinion, that's what separates Fox from these guys. Mark Jones talks about it all the time.
We holding defense against De'Aaron and not Trey Young.
Come on, man.
Bruh.
Come on. Mark Jones talk about it all the time. He talk about two sides of the floor. There isn't a point guard in this league outside of maybe Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday defends, but he don't score like De'Aaron Fox, in my opinion. Outside of Drew Holiday, there's not a point guard in this league, and there's not a point guard that they were going to put in that All-NBA that plays both sides of the floor better than De'Aaron Fox. All of them dudes that they put in there, they hide in the corner somewhere. They don't guard the other team's top scorer. De'Aaron Fox does it night in and night out and does it at a high level.
Steph's included in that.
Yes.
I don't think Steph's in this conversation purely because of the amount of games that he's missed. That's the only reason why you didn't bring his name up. Though it does look like he'll be back next week. I don't think I don't think that gives him a total of 50 something games.
Yeah,
it's
like
58.
Yeah,
somewhere around there. But Steph doesn't do that either.
No.
We'll get back to the Sacramento Kings. There's a lot more we want to talk about regarding last night's game, regarding last night's win. We got to talk more about Harrison Barnes. I want to talk about the role that those starters played in stepping up with De'Aaron Fox out of the lineup. But man, let's bring Let's bring our brother Mark Campbell. As a matter of fact, let's do this.
How do I turn the mute on?
Let's do this the right way.
Yes,
Coach, congratulations, man. Big Sky title. You got one of the hottest teams in women's college basketball, period, man. They've been a joy to watch this year.
I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, man. This team has been so fun to watch from the start. And I'd like to take a little credit for it myself and Damian. We was on it early. It was like 5-1. It was
we was on the bandwagon early.
You see what they're doing over there with them ladies, and it's just continued all year. Coach, I want to ask you something. You guys had a great preseason non-conference schedule, and a great record during that time, and then you got in the league and you were doing work, but there was like a 2, 3, 4 game stretch where there was some hiccups. I know you guys went on the road. I think it was to NAU and took it, or maybe it was Northern Colorado. It doesn't matter.
Yep, you're on it. Northern Colorado, Northern Arizona, at Montana State.
Yeah, but I bring that up to say there was a rough stretch, but you guys bounced back and rebounded from all that to eventually be the Big Sky Championships. What was that moment like, where there was a little bit of adversity and you guys were able to blow right through that?
Yep. Well, we got 9 of our 12 kids on the roster. 9 are new. And so we had that 4-game road trip circled since October. And once you get into league, and we knew that was going to be our true test of the journey through league. And at Montana State, traditionally, men or women, is the most difficult road trip. And so we had that earmarked. And whether we won or lost, we knew as a group that 4-game stretch was going to reveal our weaknesses. It was going to reveal what we need to do in order to get ourselves right and get ourselves ready for March. And it did. We weren't quite tough enough. We weren't quite good enough at handling a press. Those things reared their ugly heads. We had big leads in both at Montana State. But reality was we weren't ready yet. We weren't mature enough as a group to win those games on the road. And so it wasn't like panic. We went 1-3 during that stretch. This is reality. We're not quite where we need to be, but let's get there. And so we just kept working, and it exposed our weaknesses, and we tightened those things up. And like you said, we're on a good run now.
Doesn't hurt to have a player like KD who could be the Big Sky Player of the Year, Coach.
If she isn't, gosh dang, I don't know what else she needs to do.
Yeah.
She has carried us every game. Kid hasn't had a bad game in 29 games. She's earmarked the number 1 person on every scouting report. Everybody has their best defender on her. Everybody's got their pick and roll D, how to slow down KD and Izzy. and it doesn't matter. She does her thing every night, 29 games.
Yeah, nah, and it's a joy to watch her play every night. And you talked about Izzy, the 1-2 punch, the inside outside combination of those two. It's a joy to watch, and then everybody else on the roster, they played their role and they fill in perfectly. I mean, when did you know, Coach, that this is a team that can win the Big Sky? When did it kind of click for you? Was it from day one, or was it like a game maybe in early December where he's like, yo, we can take this to a whole nother level? When did you know about this team?
It was once we figured out KD. So we knew we had a roster, kind of like the Kings. We assembled a roster full of shooters. It's something we value and we want. And we knew we had a monster center. The X factor, KD came over from Oakland. She played shooting guard for 4 years at Oakland. Her senior year, half the season, she came off the bench at Oakland. And so we didn't totally know exactly what we were getting. As we studied the film, peeled back the layers, we saw it, or we thought we saw it. You never know. But we thought we saw a point guard that had not been used yet. And so our whole deal was tied into whether KD was going to figure this thing out or not. Mm-hmm. And so I'd say probably about 5 games into the season, you knew she had it, but she had to still work it out, work the kinks out. And so that's what the preseason was for. But it took about 5 games to go. She got it.
Coach, you made the Kings comp right there. I feel like there's Kings comps all over the place here, including the fact y'all are making a lot of people look really stupid. They did not pick Sac State to finish first in the Big Sky Conference. They didn't pick Sac State to do well at all. And here you guys are running away with the conference.
Yep. Nah, and it's fair. I mean, we had so many new pieces that we added. It would have been hard to project how everything would have unfolded. I don't think anybody would have said before the season started that KD would do what she did and be an MVP candidate. So I get it a little bit, but no, nobody saw it coming. That's for sure. But man, you guys, they are such a fun group. Excited to get to Boise, and we still got work to do.
Yeah, Coach, absolutely. You can see that too. Like I think that's one of the things we love about what the Kings are doing is the beam and the pictures and the chains and all of that stuff that hits social media. Man, we could see the same type of vibes coming from the Sac State women's program. And when you see these pictures, when you see the post-game vibes, man, you could tell that this is a fun group, that it's a confident group, and they're all in on the mission that you've put in front of them.
No doubt. No doubt. I'll tell you what, it's taken a while. Now they figured out they're an offensive juggernaut. That like the group, like you see it now, they figured out, I think we're 5th in the country in 3-point percentage. I think we're 13th in the country in field goal percentage. The light bulb has figured that it's clicking now. They're hanging 80, their ball's zipping around, they're getting great shots, but that part, they're having fun with it. Yeah. So hopefully we can keep it rolling.
Absolutely. Job's not done, man. You got a couple of days, a couple of buys, going into the tournament. What's the schedule looking like, Coach? Are you guys still practicing? Are you giving them a day or two? Or like, how are you preparing for, a couple extra days rest?
Hey, you reminded me though, you talked about buys. How about our fellas? They got a first round bye for the first time in program history.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So, DP and his boys, they're resting too. So we'll play the same day to open the tournament. That'll be on Monday. And so around here, I know he gave his guys off. We gave our team off yesterday. And today we're just going to come and do a shooting workout for about 45 minutes, get a sweat. And tomorrow we'll turn the page and get back to practice. But it's about a 6-day break. So we gave him a day and a half off. Today will be no contact. And then tomorrow get back after it. And then, so we'll get a full practice Thursday and Friday. And then we fly there Saturday morning. And we'll get up there, do a scout that day and get a shoot around that night. And then we'll get ready to rock and roll.
Hey, Coach, I just want to say, we all have full confidence in you guys and what you're able to do. But regardless of what happened, you guys have made this city and this region so proud. with what you guys have been able to do this year and the history that you guys have made. And I just want to congratulate you and the ladies on an unbelievable season already that's not even done.
Appreciate that. That means a lot. And it's what we came here for. Sacramento is just an unbelievable city. It's got everything, the weather, the location, campus is beautiful. And so it's why DP came. It's why I came. There's a high ceiling here. And I think we're just scratching the surface. And you just keep stacking wins. And what I mean by that, not necessarily wins and losses, but you just keep building your program and you keep collecting talent and the right pieces. And it keeps escalating. So I think we're just getting started, to be honest.
Yeah.
You are just getting started, but to hell with all that. This is what I need you to do, Coach. Go take care of business in this tournament. Go take care of the Big Sky. And if the NCAA has half a brain, I think Stanford's going to be hosting part of this tournament coming up. You slide Sac State over there into the Stanford region.
Come on, I'm going to have to be there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm be there, boy. Sac State, we're doing
the show live from Palo Alto.
Is Duke going to be in that region also?
Okay, now I saw a bracket that had them in Stanford's region. Now, my belief is they don't have Duke in that scenario winning the ACC. So that's not a conversation I'm having with anybody. My belief is that team is going to win the ACC, and they'll be out there probably somewhere in Greenville, I think, somewhere around where South Carolina is at. But we've got to get you. If Stanford is one of those top seeds, we got to get you into that Stanford region.
I got a Stanford story. You ready for this? Coach Tara is amazing, right? Legends of legends.
Yep.
And so we were in the same hotel. We were playing Idaho, and they were playing Washington State. And so we were in the same hotel, and she was so gracious on game day. She came and spoke to our team for about 15 minutes.
Wow.
And just gave an awesome message. But at the end of it, I love this. This was just the GOAT. At the end of it, she's like, now you guys, if you go and win that Big Sky tournament, do you know what your reward's going to be? Kids were looking at her. She goes, we're going to send you up to Stanford.
Let's see it. Let's get it. I'm ready for it. Let's go.
Yeah.
She's the best.
Tara's sense of humor is very sneaky.
Oh, it's so dry and witty.
It's so dry. But she's a wonderful coach with a wonderful program. First time I met Tara was the first time I met NECA and Chinea Bumake.
Yep.
And you talk about a way to run a program. They made sure they came over and said hello and talked and did all of that. And that was all at the behest of Coach Tara. And that's an amazing program.
First class. It's the best of the best. She has set the standard.
And look, I'll say this for Coach Campbell. When I took the kids to go see them earlier in the season, Coach Campbell had the ladies doing the same thing. They came and said what's up and thank you to all the kids that they came in there, made their little day. These little 10-year-old voices like, oh, what's that? I was watching it.
I bet it did.
It absolutely did. I was watching. I had them on the other day, and Reese comes across the TV. It's like, oh, yeah, we saw them. The girls, they're playing right now. It's like, yeah, they there. So they remember. They watching, Coach.
That's awesome. Hey, you can't sneak into the nest. You know, we know who comes every game. You can't hide in the nest.
That's right.
Hey,
That's
Coach,
right.
Congratulations on a hell of a regular season, man. Good luck in this upcoming Big Sky tournament, and we'll talk again real soon.
Hey, appreciate you guys.
No problem, man.
Absolutely.
Take care,
That's Coach Mark Campbell, the head coach of the Sac State women's basketball program. An incredible season that they had. I know Mark Orr is on Twitter right now. So Mark Orr, if you're listening, man, brother, you have done a hell of a job over there at Sac State.
We got to talk to Mark.
Yeah,
pull up on us, man. We got to sit down and talk to Mark because I got to know the secret. I got to know what he's doing, man.
He out there. He's getting the job done, man.
Yeah.
So Mark, if you're listening, open invitation.
Absolutely.
Anytime you want.
Absolutely.
You're welcome on D-Lo and KC. I'm excited for Coach Campbell. I'm excited for Coach Patrick as well, man. This is such great stuff for Sac State. Basketball is buzzing right now in Sacramento.
It is. What 209 David Garcia said, breaking, Sacramento is the new basketball mecca.
There it is. There it is. Yes, indeed. Let's step out. Great stuff from Coach Campbell right there. Let's step out. We'll regroup. We'll come back. We'll talk more about your Sacramento Kings. We'll take a look around the rest of the NBA that That gap getting a little wider in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th spot. We'll talk about that. Mike Brown, big fan of KC? Question mark.
Wow.
I'll explain when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, no, that was for me. No, that's for me. Sorry, no. I meant go. It's on Twitter. I need to go grab it on Twitter.
Yeah, I can't remember. It was because I had so many thoughts on Ja. So
shout out to the guys down south who decided to tweet the Sac State schedule while we were in the middle of that conversation. Bruh. Them dudes. Hey, it's all good, man. We appreciate you. Imagine being a 30-year-old radio station and tweeting, we keep building and building and building. Bitch, what are you talking about? You've been in existence for 30 years. When are you going to stop building?
Playing 3-on-20 every game, every day.
These dudes literally in the buyout market looking for content. Wait, they dumped what? Oh, let's go pay 6 figures for that.
In the buyout market.
They out there signing Will Barton to a max contract. Goofy ass.
Hey, man.
Meanwhile, your home of the NFL is right here. Your home for 49ers is right here.
It don't matter. You know, so I think my man Kyle said it best. Or Kyle know what the vibes is. Hey, man, you already know where to come for the 49ers stuff.
Hey.
You already know where to come for the 49ers stuff.
Just hit the thumbs up. If y'all are here, we know y'all watching. Castles, everybody, hit the thumbs up. Appreciate you.
I'm hype. I don't got to work Sundays anymore.
I said you already know where to come for the 49ers stuff, man. Come on, man. There's only one place out here.
Goofy stuff, man. Just goofy.
Got more resources than God. Literally.
Literally's got God's resources.
Literally. And it don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter.
Wild. Why did I retweet our own tweet? Sorry about that, Jesse. That's my bad. Let me fix that. Don't need to do that.
Come on, man.
Man, that's a great picture of them ladies with the Big Sky Champions logo. That's such a great picture.
I saw them on Instagram too. And this was pretty cool, man. It was cutting down the nets. So that's always a cool moment.
Yeah.
Cutting down the nets. I never got to cut down the nets in my basketball career.
Oh, you cutting down nets here in radio, man.
Just do it in your backyard. They sell them at Target.
I'm so protective of that basketball hoop. I mean, like, do not hang on the rim. Don't do that. Don't hang on the net. Nothing. Don't do it. One of these days, these kids are gonna do it, and I'm just gonna have to turn my head and let it happen. But that's my baby right there, my court.
We got you, Aldrin J, man. We appreciate you. The reason we're the best radio show is because of y'all. That's why.
Absolutely.
We just having fun. We just having fun. W after W.
That is facts, though. I don't know another show that interacts with, like, I guess the Chatty House or whatever, like you guys do.
It's the whole show. And it is complicated as people. Not to say that this isn't hard sometimes. It is, but it's not rocket science.
No, man.
Stop making this shit harder than it has to be. No comment. I just said sorry. You shouldn't have tagged you. And
he responded.
Oh no, I don't care about that dude. I tagged Trista in it, and that's like Trista's got to work with that dude. But you know, Trista will be like, "Hey, you know they don't like your ass in Sacramento."
Trista will be like, That's your problem. You
They
should have done something different.
really don't like you in Sacramento.
Just to be like, you should have done something different. They got at you.
Luke Bryan bars. That's only funny because I know that's a country artist. That's the only reason I know that's funny. Live on the Odyssey app, indeed, with the dopest community in all of sports radio, Chatty House. You could be a part of that multiple different ways. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. You can be part of the Chatty House on the phone lines as well.
Hey, did you see Chris Rock got a Netflix special coming out?
Chris Rock does?
Mhm.
I didn't.
Yeah. I think it's maybe in a week or so.
Okay.
So I've seen some stuff allegedly. Maybe he's going to address Will. So
I feel like he's disgusted on some of his.
He has. I think my Cheryl Grove actually saw him in Reno or wherever he was at around here, and said he kind of talked about it a little bit. But I mean, this will be the first time like situations like that, no phones or nothing like that. So this will be the first time people get to see. So I always Chris Rock. I always loved Chris Rock. I always thought he was the GOAT. There became a point where I had to acknowledge Dave Chappelle, but Chris Rock was always my favorite for a long time, and I always thought he was the best.
You said Chris, and I immediately thought Chris Tucker because I saw something on KSFM.com today that Chris Tucker's at Hard Rock.
I was like Chris Tucker. Now
these are all different types of there's different types of stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
Like it's really difficult to label Dave Chappelle a stand-up comedian.
That's the other thing.
He's an incredible storyteller who will make you laugh. I rarely in those hour-long specials that he does, I rarely feel like he's telling a joke. You know what I mean? Like he's saying something that'll make you think or make you laugh or whatever, but I don't ever feel like he's telling a punchline, which I think is the act of. I mean, I think of before some of those Chappelle talk about Chris Rock, you go back to Bring the Pain.
Yeah,
Bring the Pain was one of the most phenomenal pieces of work I think any comedian's ever done, and it's that storytelling, right? I think that's the difference between good comedians and great comedians.
Yeah, I agree.
Speaking of great comedians, we really got to get Mikey Winfield on the show.
Yeah.
I don't know how we haven't had him on.
That's your man.
Dude's literally on national television.
He is, man. He's on network television.
Man, we've got to get him on here.
Network television is different.
916-909-1320. I think we do our brother TC here. TC, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
We good, TC. What's going on with you, big dog?
Obviously fired up about the Kings, but this call ain't about the Kings though. It's about the Niners.
Okay.
KC, just be honest with me. You two, D-Lo, just truly be honest with me. Like, have you guys really been kind of like paying attention to how the media and a lot of people are like talking about Lance? And like, I don't know if you guys watched that presser with John Lynch, how they were speaking in past tense, like Lance is like a goner. I'm just like, at this point, if I'm Lance, I know I always call in trading, but I'll be like serious with a lot of things I'll be saying, joking but serious. Like I'm asking to get out. If I'm Lance, I'm asking to get out, bro, because the whole back and forth, my head coach, my general manager, the players I play with every day, nobody's coming out saying, hey, this is my guy. We're going all in with him. I support him. Everybody's like, I don't know. This is Brock's team. Brock's the guy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if it's going to be this way, bro, like, just get me out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, the media, everybody's
keep going, TC. I want to respond to that, and I want to hear what you got to say, but keep going.
No, that's all I got. Like if I'm Lance, bro, I'm like, I'm not wanted here. So you guys just move on from me. You get what I'm saying? It's like, why would you guys bring me into this situation? That's my whole argument with Lance. That's where I've been at, Kenny. Like, I backed him up from the jump, but I'm like, now I don't understand why do we bring him here? It's been a circuit since we got him.
Well, I mean, they brought him here to be the future, and then he got hurt, and they ended up having a quarterback that look, I love Trey Lance as much as anybody, but Brock Purdy looked better than Trey Lance at today. Like that's just what it is. And the 49ers are in the business right now of this roster that they have of winning the Super Bowl. And it's not about feelings. It's not necessarily about who you like better. It's about who's better. Right now, Brock Purdy, if he's healthy, is better than Trey Lance. Now, the thing about it is, I don't think Brock Purdy going to be healthy to start the season. So Trey's going to have an opportunity, and that's why you don't ask for a trade, because you're about to be the starting quarterback with the team that possibly has the best roster in football.
You're going to have the opportunity to go be the starting quarterback. I'm a little bit different than you, though. By the way, has Brock had surgery yet?
No, even when it got postponed, it was supposed to be
postponed on the 22nd
this week or something.
Okay.
That. So,
well, it's Wednesday.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of this week left.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be ready for the start of the season, and that's if the diagnosis is what it was initially. I just got a feeling it's worse than what they saw on the MRI.
I'm starting to lean towards your line of thinking, just from a perspective of we've all watched sports, been around sports, read sports for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't feel particularly normal.
Mm-hmm.
It's March 1st. When did he get hurt?
January.
Okay, that's all I need.
20-something.
January.
Yeah.
That's all I need. He got hurt in January.
Yeah.
It's March 1st.
Still hasn't had surgery.
Like the math is starting. Math is already hard. It's starting to get really difficult for me. I can't make this compute unless the belief is if it's not as serious as we think, he'll be playing from behind a little bit. But if it is, if it's worse, then it's going to take him out the whole year, no matter what. And I feel like they're slow playing this for a reason. They, meaning Brock and perhaps his camp. There's no advantages there's no money. There's no contract. There's no advantages or disadvantages to him doing this. The best outcome for him is to be ready to compete at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
The best outcome for Trey is to just go compete, period.
That's it.
That's all he could do. It sucks. It sucks because you had to do this, before to a certain degree, and you kind of lost. Everyone says, and I got you, and I don't disagree with you when you say that Brock played better, but man, the sample size for Trey Lance was really, really small.
It was
really small. Like he never had the opportunity to really get going and really show us anything.
Mm-hmm.
And my biggest concern, and this will be the reoccurring theme through the 49ers offseason, is he hasn't played football in a really long time.
Yeah.
For a lengthy period. He has not played football in a really long time.
And the thing about it with Trey is I think there's going to be times when he looks like he hasn't played in a while. But when we did see him, he looked fine. Like, I know he hadn't played in a while, but aside from, I guess, maybe the first quarter of that Cardinals game, his rookie season, his first game he ever started.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from that, he looked fine. Did he miss some throws sometimes? Yeah. Did he make some really good throws? Yeah. Even in the Bears game before the monsoon hit, he was pushing the ball down the field. He was making plays. So I think that'll be the case more than anything. But this is just the nature of the beast, and I think that Trey understands that. Because if I was just arguing for argument's sake, I'll be like, well, Trey, it's not fair that you were just given the job over Jimmy Garoppolo, who took the team to the NFC Championship game. You know what I mean? Like, this business ain't fair. Things happen. Jimmy took the team 5 minutes away from going to the Super Bowl, and it was a foregone conclusion that Jimmy was gone the following year for Trey, who had never played. Now you got a guy in Brock Purdy who, it's unfortunate that Trey got hurt, but
Is it fair to say that the 49ers mentality was Jimmy Garoppolo was on a team that went to the NFC Championship, and they were looking for a quarterback to take them to an NFC Championship?
Yeah, I think they were ready to move on.
I think there's a distinction.
No, I get what you're saying, and I agree. And I just think they were ready to move on.
Gotcha.
They were ready to move on. They'd given up a lot of draft capital for this guy, Trey Lance, and it was time for him to take the reins. And, there is going to be a learning curve for him. But I looked at, it was just little things. We joke about all the time and we have fun with it. But the against Seattle, it's little stuff like that Trey, it was just a feel. It was just a feel that Brock had, probably for just playing
He
every
appears
game for the last 5 years or so.
he appears to be a really good quarterback,
Mhm.
but his injury is extremely concerning.
It is, but it isn't. If it's time, well, as far as like being able to play
Yeah.
this year,
Well,
concerning for that. I mean, for his career is what I say it isn't. Like, I think he'll be fine for his career.
Okay. All
If
right.
anything, it'll add
But
some
he
zip
doesn't
on it.
necessarily have a job waiting for him.
He doesn't. And then
that's-
look, if Trey Lance balls out, takes his team deep into the playoffs, maybe
Yeah.
a Super Bowl, like Brock Purdy not getting
Brock
that
Purdy
job
ain't
back.
playing. Yeah.
He's not getting that job back.
And then he becomes Jordan Love. What are you doing with?
Poor Jordan.
Yeah,
he got
poor Jordan
drafted
Love.
7 years ago.
I think it was 8, but it's fine. That's okay. His starting quarterback has emerged from the darkness.
This guy. Yo, this guy's crazy.
How do we send his ass back? That's all I want to know. Hey, go back to the darkness. Go back over there. As we get back to the Sacramento Kings in the NBA landscape, we'll touch on some other things that happened in the association as we roll along here. But I feel like there's a couple of things that we didn't really spend a lot of time talking about when we opened up the show before Mark Campbell joined us. The number one thing being, you talked about, and I think you used this word earlier, the confidence that this team has to execute their game plan without De'Aaron Fox on the floor is phenomenal.
Yeah.
The fact that this is a team that we remember, De'Aaron Fox said, I think it was to Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson on All the Smoke. I think it was to them that he said, I can't have an off night. I can't be bad, because if I do, we have no shot. This is a guy now who can miss games and certainly doesn't want to, but can miss games and know the team can execute without you. Now, maybe that specific performance, because last night's game, look, it's late in the season, dude. This thing's almost over. There's no more, and I think Matt George will be the first person to tell you this. There's no more, that win wasn't good enough. We're far along enough into the season to where it doesn't matter. I don't care if you beat the Houston Rockets at the buzzer, which I think you did. Now that I say that out loud, I think that actually happened. It doesn't matter. Just get victories. Yeah. We could argue how pretty last night's game was. It doesn't matter. But one thing that group knows, one thing that Mike Brown knows is, if an unfortunate situation arises where De'Aaron Fox is out, they know that they can execute. They can execute the game plan. They can play their strategy. They can do what they do without number 5 on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah. It's you feel it. You feel it watching them and the way they played. I was really interested to see how they would come out yesterday. And it goes back to, you brought it up on Monday, because we saw the same video of De'Aaron after that epic win against the Clippers. The thing that came out of his mouth was, all right, guys, let's go to Oklahoma City and get 2 and handle business. And that's how they came out yesterday. Regardless if they had Fox or not, they came out with, we've got a job to do. We've got an opportunity in front of us to go out there and solidify ourselves in our playoff spot a little bit more and get closer and closer to our goal. And we can do that by winning these 2 games in Oklahoma City. And they didn't look like they wasted any time. They came out ready to go from the jump to try and take advantage of the opportunity that was put in front of them. We've been talking about opportunities all year long, and they've taken advantage of almost every opportunity. They did it again yesterday.
916-909-1320. We'll never miss an opportunity to go to the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
Kamara, what's happening, baby?
What's going on, man? I just want to jump on the back of what you guys were saying here and say, or piggyback rather. To your point, good teams win ugly, they win pretty, but the main thing is that they win. And one thing I appreciated about the game last night, we've all been watching them all year, and they just looked like they had a look that I was never in doubt that they were going to win that game. Now, I didn't know, but it was like by how many, but they had a look that, okay, when it comes down to closing out a game, they're going to figure it out. And they've been having that look, especially in the last 4 games. I mean, even when the Clippers, it was weirdly enough, when you watch it, like sometimes when they're down by 11 in the fourth, you're like, oh man, this game's done because they look cooked. But like they had a look like we we're still pressing, we're still pushing because we know we can pull out this game. And that shows to me that the winning culture, regardless if De'Aaron's in the lineup or not, is taking over. But I want to end on this, guys.
Okay.
And I'll take my comments off the air. Y'all remember in the beginning of the season, I said, you asked me, Kamar, where do we land? And I said top 6. I said number 6. I'm going to amend that. And I'm going to say we're going to win 50 games, and we're going to be pressing. I text you that this morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got that text, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just have to go 14-7 in the next 21 games, and I think they hit that. And we'll be pressing for the number 2 seed.
I'm gonna scroll through this thread. Did you also have them at like 3-11 after the first, or 3-9?
Why bring up them receipts?
Wait,
that ain't
no,
right.
no, I don't remember if that was the number. I remember the number was bad. I'm gonna find it though. I'm gonna find it.
That is not right.
We text a lot. I don't know that I can. Now I'm back in. It's somewhere in here. Oh, there's some dark text in here. Oh man. Oh man, this loss is on Mike Brown. I don't even know what this is referring to. Oh, this
is grimy. This is grimy. You can't do that. Can't do that.
I got it. I know he had them at some crazy record, and I want to make sure I got it. Wait, playing Golden State 3 times. Okay, we're somewhere in the vicinity. Not to mention a strong Clipper team, a confident Memphis team. Nah, this early schedule is insane. 3-9. Here's the thing. Io and I talked about this the other day, looking at their schedule. Even 3-9. My question, how will De'Aaron react to this? Oh, we could do a whole show on this stuff. Just going back and looking at old messages, old texts, old tweets.
Hey, is Io and House Party, they still asking you if Fox is better than Garland?
No, I ain't got that text in a while. That's a good question. We're gonna have to text House Party and see. I'm gonna text them both right now. Oh, Kamara, September 27th.
This is cold.
We should have given Kamara a chance to defend himself. September 27th, 35 win season loading. Hey, to be fair to our guy, we could do this with a lot of people.
Oh, no, look, I got some conversations in my log as well.
Oh,
hey,
man.
Hey, and I ain't going to say it because this is my man's.
Wait, I got another one. Cameron said there's our man Cam, there's a different vibe around the Sacramento Kings this season. This can be a playoff team. This was September 28th. The uncultured black at Kamara Williams says, yes, we're quickly approaching the stacking days era. Oh, Kamara, I love you, bro. Oh, this is great.
Man. But like you said, I think we both had a couple of conversations because I got one of my guys. He was like, "Yo,
name names, coward."
I ain't naming names on this one. But he was like, 5-15 to start the season.
Oh, God.
I said, because I was like, I think they can go 500 or 6-4 to start the season. He's like, 5-15 to start the season.
Man, Harrison Barnes might be washed, bro.
Wait.
I'm not gonna read my reply to that.
I'll tell you this. I don't even know if that's the same group chat, but I know I was on Harrison pretty tough earlier. The first 10 games of the season.
See, he starts to come around though. Big trust on the coaching staff. Yeah, Kamara came around.
What's my man's name again? Karan. Remember when we got into it when I said Kevin Huerter was going to love it here?
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, Deadspin.
I need to take some time to find some of these tweets. But Dr. David, teach me how to search. Teach me how to search properly, man, because I got some people I need to talk to.
I haven't heard from Deadspin all year. Karan ain't said word to us all year.
Teach me how to search, man. Dr. David, I need to know. because I got some things I need to find.
I don't think Kamara's as amused with this conversation as we are. It's fun to look back at old stuff and just flat out be wrong.
Hey, I've been there.
We're just all wrong.
Oh, that reminds me. Can I say something real quick? Non-Kings related.
We're on the air till 4. Do whatever the hell you want to.
All right, man. So boxing. Let's get into.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Well, no. So I watched the Warriors Blazers game last night too. Shout out to the whole Caraway household. They did a great job of letting me watch basketball last night. I watched basketball unfiltered last night. I watched Kings Thunder, obviously, for work.
Unfiltered? What's
that
like
mean? Don't go do this. Do this. I need you to do this. They just stayed out of my way and let me do my thing. I appreciate them.
Is that why Ryan was sleeping through the breaking news this morning?
No. Ryan sleeps through any of those.
Well, everybody slept through that. So
Ryan sleeps through any of those announcements.
Yeah.
Those landscape changing announcements.
Yeah.
She just be
the ratings show everybody else does too.
Knocked out. But no, so I watched Kings Thunder, then I quickly turned to Mavs Pacers, then I watched Blazers Warriors, and then I watched Clippers Timberwolves. I got to see the end of that. But I saw a big chunk of Blazers Warriors. And I want to come in here today, and I'm not where you're at, but I did see it a little bit.
With the Warriors.
I did see it a little bit.
Okay.
I did see it, and I saw what was going on with the Clippers and saw the standings, saw who's coming back. So I did see it. Now, I don't want to overreact because Portland is just they're anemic. It's time. They don't have enough. Dame Lillard, if he's not hitting shots, or even worse, if he's trying to get a breather on the bench, they're anemic. Poor Cam Reddick couldn't get it done. So the Blazers are terrible. There's no resistance or whatever. I still don't know.
They scored like 1 million points in the first half.
The Blazers?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a fluke. They got no firepower. And then you saw the second half. They couldn't throw it in the ocean. And it wasn't even like, oh, they're just missing shots. It's like, damn, I don't want Wofford taking that shot, but he has to. You know what I mean? Like it's nasty. So I was watching that, and then with the Warriors, I saw it a little bit. I'm still not sold on them being able to win games on the road, and going up against better competition. I got to see it, but I saw it a little bit last night. I will say that. I was thinking about you watching that, and I was like, I smell what they're cooking a little bit. I'm not completely buying it, but I smell what they're cooking.
Okay, I shot our Kyle Madsen. Shot him a note this morning. Because I was tapped into that one too. I was like, yo, that Warriors win was really impressive. I was really impressed with the way that they played in the second half. And a fun thing to do is, you think it's bad on King's Twitter. Oh, our people. Watch our people break down on Warriors Twitter when they're having a bad night. It is a hell of a scene. And I didn't want to hit him last night because he's a little goofy, but he gets up early. So I was like, yo, that was a really impressive win with the way that they played in the second half. He was like, yeah, it seems like the vibes are as good as they've been all year. And a theory I proposed to him, because we've talked a lot about the Jordan Poole, Draymond Green thing. A thought that I threw at him in the moment was like, yo, maybe this is what good teams like this do. You talk about the final stretch of the season and how things change. Like, you could put things aside for now, because you've got this last stretch left to get to a play-in, get to the playoffs, win a playoff series, win a championship. You got this last stretch. You'll deal with everything else in the offseason. But we're here. We have the opportunity. We're not San Antonio. We're not Houston. We have an opportunity. And that win yesterday catapulted them to 5?
Yeah.
you've got an opportunity to not only get a playoff position, but get a favorable playoff position.
Mm-hmm.
We'll deal with all the other stuff later.
Mm-hmm.
We got an opportunity to get a win without Steph Curry. Let's put this aside. Let's go get dubs. Steph will be back soon. Let's see what we could do.
Absolutely.
And that's the only, like, if the vibe check in San Francisco is strong, that's the only thing I can put it to, because I can't believe just everything is better.
Mm-hmm.
But I can believe these grown men just said, hey,
it's winning time.
We'll deal with
We're
this
winning
later in the
It's
offseason.
winning time.
We ain't good, but we working towards the same thing. Let's go do it.
Real quick, last night, the thing that gives me pause is, like I said, going up against the Blazers, you saw this. They had like Shaedon Sharpe playing center, and I didn't switch streams, so I heard what they were saying.
No.
And you're like, just go inside. There's nobody. Yeah, there was nobody stopping. No, they got Zubac, Plumlee, and all those guys on Thursday. I want to see how they play against the Clippers.
Okay.
And it was at home. My concern.
I got you. We'll come back. We'll talk more, not necessarily about the Warriors, but more of what that Warriors means for the Sacramento Kings, as well as the other things that happen in the association. And I guess we can get into that Washington Post article.
Oof. This
dude got to grow up, man. I'm curious King's perspective on this. We'll talk about the John Morant story that broke this morning when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You guys see what Shaq said about Anthony Davis?
No. Well, what this time?
He said you have to be great for a long period of time because we all remember Jeremy Lin. What happened to him?
No, that's a little. That's going too far.
He said that on TV.
Yeah, I think TNT.
I was trying to watch Inside the NBA last night, and that channel for whatever reason just went out on me.
Probably after that take.
Pissed me off. Pissed me off. I really wanted to watch Inside the NBA because it's rare that the Kings are on the play a game and win the same night that's on.
I think Shaq does it from a good place, but he's got to do it a different way. You can't just just I don't know what the word is, but
well, one of the things with Shaq, because I watched his thing. I mean, that's how he was taught. Like Sarge will be like, yeah, so what that you did this? You need to do this every single night. And it, come from that military background. And I think that's how he treats, for lack of a better term, the little homies, that come under him. He's like, I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. If you want to be great, this is what you got to do. And he just says it and how he sees it. So I disagree, but I think, and then you get guys that can take that, right? Because Joel talks about it often. He's like, yeah, you guys were on my head tough, but you were right. Now I listened. I didn't get my feelings about it. I said, if I want to get better, this is what Shaq said you need to do. So I'm gonna do it and I'm gonna get better. That's what it is. Yeah. Once again, the Jeremy Lin thing, that's going too far.
Yeah, that's silly.
But I do feel like it was a little like thinking about that, it was a little quick to put him on the 75 team, especially over Dwight.
Anthony Davis.
I'm talking about Ant-Man though, Ant Edwards.
Oh, he said.
Oh, I thought you said.
Did I say Davis?
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought you
Davis.
said Anthony Davis.
Oh, I meant Edwards. My fault.
The last 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Anthony Edwards the whole time.
He's still tripping on that one.
Yeah,
he's not Jeremy Lin. Are you crazy?
Well, that makes way more sense than Anthony Davis.
Yeah, all right, my fault.
That's all right. It's first day back. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
I guess Aldrin just completely didn't listen to the last 10 minutes of the show.
Well, to Aldrin's credit, it was only like the last couple of minutes.
I guess he just didn't listen at all.
That's all right.
When I was like, hey,
I
saw a little something from him last night.
We'll come back. We'll talk about the Warriors here for the first time today.
This is facts right here, too. Paul Pierce has not been normal since he retired.
You can make an argument he wasn't normal when he was playing.
Good.
Draymond did it again last night, though. I would have told Draymond to shut the hell up. So I was watching the game, and they were shooting a free throw, and it was real quiet in there. You could hear the mics. I don't know who he was talking to. I feel like it might have been Cam Reddish. It might have been Shaded. I don't know. But he was like, yeah, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You got to do more in this league. We talking about 4 championships. We talking about all-stars. You got to do more in this league.
I missed that.
Like, shut the hell up, bro. If Draymond said that to me on the court, I'd be like, stop, bro. You owe your whole career to Steph. Stop talking to me, bro. Stop talking to me. You not him. You not him. These dudes just be taking it.
Have you seen the video where the lady's telling that one guy, like, you are not him. You are not him. That thing is hilarious.
Telling Draymond that?
It's like a random video. Like this one guy's like, oh, I'm him. I'm him. And this lady's like, you are not him.
That's funny.
No.
Live on ESPN 1320 as well, 98.5 FM HD2. For those who are on that HD vibe or got an electric vehicle, you can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. I know there's some other NBA stuff we wanted to get to. We will get to. But I mentioned how I think Mike Brown might be a fan of Kenny Caraway.
Should be. Did James Ham ask him about the chatty house yet?
I don't believe that. I don't think James will do that. I really don't. I believe James had a one-on-one with Mike Brown, and I don't think he asked him about the chatty house. But stop me if this sounds familiar. Mike Brown last night following the game.
Great job by our guys coming in here and getting a win, especially with Foxy sitting out. I kind of challenged the guys before the game. I said we got to get greedy, and when you're greedy in situations like this, that means you have a chance to be great. Because we could have said, hey, Fox not playing, SGA is not playing. If we lose this game, it's okay because we're 2-1 on the trip, and we're still sitting comfortably in third, and go through the motions and let's get back home. But our guys, they came with a little bit of an edge tonight, and so they played greedy. And that's what excites me about this team is, knowing what's at stake and still coming and performing the way that they did and getting the win and finish this trip off the right way gets me really excited about the group. Great job.
They played greedy.
That's what I'm talking about.
Sound familiar?
That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I needed to see. That's what Mike Brown wanted to see. Yes. He is a fan of KC. He is a fan of D-Lo and KC. I do believe he knows who the chatty house is.
I believe he does too. I believe a lot of them know who the chatty. I believe everyone is familiar with Dr. David and Ramsey and TC and the whole crew here in
Aldrin.
The chatty house. Aldrin for sure.
Yeah.
Jordan meets everybody.
Brad Clayton?
Nah, not yet. Brad ain't there yet. Not yet. Confidence, man. Mike challenged that team, and they respond. I saw this morning that the Kings sit in 7th in ESPN's power rankings. I'm going to check. Mike said I challenged this team to get greedy. I'm with that, Mike. I'm going to challenge NBA writers to get greedy.
Good luck.
I'm going to challenge them to be better because, with all due respect, the write-up on the Kings in those short blurbs, and they're not like big, in-depth write-ups. You're covering 30 teams in the league. I get that. It's always the same. That defense is terrible, but boy, that offense can sure get you. Okay. Yeah, cool. I would love to have one of them just sitting across from me. Us. Hey, what makes the offense special? What do you see when you watch them on the defensive end that's so bad? Why do you think the offense is so good this year as opposed to years past when they hired, as many have quoted, a defensive coach? Because I don't think they'd be able to answer that.
I know they would.
The write-ups are tired. You got the Kings 7th in your power rankings. You would think you'd spend some time trying to figure out, why we got them up here. You're looking at win-loss records. Everyone now is familiar with 176 to 175. And that's the crux of everything you're doing. Tell us why you think that they're the 7th best team in the league. Tell us why you said their defense is so bad. Cool. What's so great about their offense? don't think anybody can answer that. And that's where like the frustration comes from. That's where the annoyance comes from. Y'all are write 20 paragraphs about Jordan Vanderbilt's impact on the Los Angeles Lakers, who are the 12th team in the conference.
Right.
But you won't spend 10 minutes putting together why you've got the Sacramento Kings in the top 10, in the top 7. I don't get it, man.
Laziness. They don't watch the games. They don't watch the Kings. And that's fine. But I just like my frustration all the time is, look, man, if you don't love hoop, if you don't watch the whole league, don't perpetrate as if you do. Don't have that on your title, on your resume as ESPN NBA analyst. No, you're like an ESPN Lakers, Suns, Warriors analyst.
And Giannis and Jokic.
You don't follow the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like hoop like that. And that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't nobody need to watch NAIA basketball like I am right now. I'm not saying you have to do that, but also just say what it is. Like, you don't cover the whole league. You don't watch the whole league. I know it's different because I'm wired different as far as like my vampire tactics of being up all night, but I don't want to hear you're on the East Coast no more. Like, I don't want to hear it. This is what you do. You cover the NBA. When you decided to take that job, they didn't say I cover the Eastern Conference because I want to sleep. No, you cover the NBA. There's a whole nother conference and a whole nother side of the league, and you can do one or two things. You can stay up, or you can wake up earlier and make sure you're up to date with everything that's going on there.
Condensed games and DVR, man, they work.
It's all right there. You ain't even got to watch the Kings every game. Like, there's something that I do with like League Pass where, you know, I'll just, because I don't watch them often, I'll just take a week and watch like the bad teams that I don't watch. Like, I'll watch Detroit just so I can say like I'm familiar with what's going on. I've seen them play. Hell, I can watch the bad teams play the good teams if I want to just watch a good team. You know what I mean? Like, but if I'm just like this guy in Sacramento that can take some time to do that, I expect if you're gonna step on national TV and have a national job, I expect you to do that.
Ian's asking, who do you put them above in the top 6? Oh, that might be a chatty house conversation because I didn't have a problem with the list. The list was fine. It was like the Bucks, the Celtics, the Nuggets. I think the Grizzlies were still in there. Philadelphia was the other team, 76ers. One game I think we mentioned but didn't really. The Wolves beat the Clippers last night. So you had the Mavericks losing to the Pacers. The Grizzlies beat the Lakers. The Warriors beat the Blazers. That was an interesting one. And the Wolves beat the Clippers. Clippers 0-3.
Successful night for us. And who he
I feel like I mean I think the only one that was really we were going Rip City, right?
I couldn't remember.
I think we were going Rip City.
Okay.
Though you don't buy the Warriors. I still think we were going Rip City.
Yeah.
But though I think the only one that was really up for discussion was we wanted the Lakers to win, which you can clip that if you want to. That's not going to be uttered very often, but
they failed.
Of course, shocker. But 6th seed, here we come.
They got Vanderbilt, though.
They do. That's a hell of a young ball player right there.
Vanderbilt, boy, I tell you, that changed everything last night.
Game changer. They got rid of Russ. That changed everything for them.
Ja had 30 in a quarter, but they had Jared Vanderbilt.
Yep, they had him. Defensive stopper. Wolves, well, we'll get to the Ja thing in a second. The Wolves beat the Clippers. That one was a debate between us. I think that was the only one up for debate.
I got to start writing this down. I can't remember.
I think you wanted the Wolves.
I can't remember.
You wanted the Wolves because you wanted the argument was if the Wolves beat the Clippers, there's more separation for the Kings in the 3 spot. If the Clippers beat the Wolves, there's more separation for the Kings in the top 6. But again, we won either way. So
it's a win-win.
We'll take that. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. So the Washington Post dropped the gem this morning.
Oh boy.
It is a lengthy article detailing some incidents involving Ja Morant and his people. And Ja Morant at this point is coming across like a 17-year-old high school senior. He's hanging out in mall parking lots, picking on mall security. Apparently, he's punching teenagers at his house. Now, I've got a lot of questions regarding that because we're reading the article. We were trying to read the entire thing during commercial breaks, and it is a lengthy article from the Washington Post. But Morant repeatedly punched a teenage boy in the head during a pickup basketball game at Morant's house. Morant and his friend struck the 17-year-old so hard they knocked him to the ground and left him with a large knot on the side of his head, according to police report narrative written by deputies who said they observed the boy's injuries. Now, admittedly, I'm pulling pieces. Why is he playing basketball with teenagers at his house?
So maybe I could have a little insight on that.
Okay.
I think it was after his rookie year. Remember, I always talk about like...
Yeah, that should be pointed out. This is not stuff that happened yesterday.
I remember I used to always talk about like, man, Ja gets it out the mud. I've seen some video on him, and I love like how he works out and like still he's working out. It sounds like in the same setting, like in his backyard or his dad's backyard, or maybe they're in a new house now or whatever. But there was like concrete, this broken down gym, and they're out there working on drills. All the stuff you see these guys doing in like, you know, these NBA practice facilities, you know, every day working out. He's doing it in his backyard outside on this broken up concrete on this rim that's like half bent from him dunking all the time. And I love that. That was endearing. I like to see that. With that, there was like, I don't know, let's say 10 other guys there with him. And it didn't seem like no NBA or college guys. It was guys probably from the neighborhood or that he knew that were out there working with him. His dad was running him through like a training session or something like that. And maybe that's where it came from. Maybe that's why a 17-year-old was there, because he was working out with Ja Morant and a bunch of other guys. I don't know, but just seeing what I saw in the past, I'm assuming that may be where it came from. And the reason I say that is because they say he punched him during a pickup basketball game at his house. They probably were playing after the workout or something like that.
Ja Morant was one of the stars of last year's playoffs before the Grizzlies lost a heated series with the eventual champion Golden State Warriors. 2 months after the loss to Golden State, Morant's mother was at a Finish Line shoe store at Memphis when she got into a dispute with a store employee. Now, I think she called Morant, who arrived shortly after with a group of as many as 9 other people. So this is the mall incident. So this was after the Warrior series. So I'm scrolling. Less than a week later, Morant, as he often did, hosted an evening pickup basketball game at his family home, a sprawling brick mansion on the edge of Memphis. Blah, 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 blah. Among the players at the gated court was a talented local high schooler who would later tell police considered Morant a mentor. Post is not naming the boy. This was last year. Ja is living a life that he's not made for. Like, he's got to chill. This ain't him. Like, and I can tell you, I'm going to tell you the number, because I don't know Ja Morant and I don't know much about him. But here's what I can tell you. And this article is doing a fantastic job of reminding me this, and I'll bring this person's name to your attention who may not know him. In a statement, Morant's agent, Jim Tanner. I know Jim Tanner. Jim Tanner has worked with the likes of Grant Hill, Tamika Catchings, Kara Lawson in the past. Jim Tanner ain't taking on little thug puppies, as Charles Barkley used to say. He ain't doing that. Oh, you got a crew? Oh, you got a lot? Cool. I'm not your guy. Jim Tanner, now this may have changed. When I met Jim, he wasn't the typical like agent. He was a lawyer. In his practice, the practice that he had was with man, if I get this name right, I think it's Lon Babby, who used to be the he left his practice to go work with, I think it was the Phoenix Suns.
Okay.
And their first high profile client, I believe, was Tim Duncan. And that started the practice of, rather than hiring an agent, I'm going to hire a lawyer to do this stuff. Point being, Jim is not taking you on as a client if this is what you're about. This whole facade from John Morant is fake. And he's got to chill with this. Like, he's going to find himself in a situation he can't get out of. It might not be his fault. It could be his crew's fault. But this is stupid. This is the type of stuff that Nike looks at and goes, word? You know we could shelve this quickly. You know we just did it. This year, we could shelve this project very, very quickly. Ja's got to get this stuff under control. Yeah. He's got to decide what he wants to be. You used the line earlier. You want to be Big Meech? Go be Big Meech.
Right.
But you can't be Big Meech in the NBA.
Right.
It don't work.
Simple as that. He really running around here like it's BMF. Bro, you're in the NBA. And even if you, which I don't know. I don't know nothing about his upbringing, so I don't want to speak on that. But even if you did come from that, it's not where you are anymore. You are a multi-million-dollar athlete with the world in the palm of your hands. There's no need, there's no time to be coming out here punching 17-year-olds in a pickup game and bringing a gun back outside, allegedly. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And Ja, he always came off to me as pretty arrogant. And this, to me, that's an arrogant move. And he's got to get that ego in check, man. And he's got to get people around him that are willing to do all that. And then you got situations where it's starting to, these things are starting to add up. Even if he wants to come out and say, oh, that's the story's cap. I never brought out no gun. Oh, excuse me. Is this you who tweeted out it's free to see how hollows feel?
Mm-hmm.
That's you who tweeted out, right? Maybe you're just talking. Maybe you didn't have a gun. Maybe you just talk, but you need to stop talking. You need to stop talking like that. You need to stop acting like that.
Can I, people who like, and I know you could speak to this, and I think a lot of people could speak to this. People who live that life don't talk like that.
No.
Like, people who live that life, you don't see that stuff coming.
No, man.
They don't move loudly.
Right.
That's why I always laugh when I see these people on Twitter barking about what they're like. No, you're not. Because if you were, you would have. That's people who live. That's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what you do. You're barking.
Right.
And it's impossible.
All the grandstanding, man.
It's impossible to take you seriously. And that's not directed exclusively at jobs. That's just directed at people who do that. You're see-through. You're transparent.
Yeah.
You're fake. You see it.
And even with like, why would you do that anyway? Like, why would you do that? Why would you even speak like that? Why would you even want to be associated with that type of energy?
Bro, you literally made it.
Made it. You made it. There's no need for that, man. So I don't know. All this stuff is just in the Washington Post story. You mentioned it earlier. Probably the best newspaper
in my opinion, best reporting
in the country.
Yeah, in my opinion.
So they're not just throwing anything out there. They did their due diligence. I'm sure of it. And
yeah, this isn't a blurb.
No, they're going on what they heard or what they've been told, what the police have been told. I hope it stops for Ja. I really does, man. Cause I really do hope it stops for Ja because it's unnecessary, and he's got a lot of people. This is the other aspect of it. He's got a lot of people that look up to him and watch his every
absolutely
move.
true. Yeah,
and he's got a lot of influence whether he likes it or not. And I would hope that he would start to use that influence for good and for positive and clean up his image and clean up what he allows to be acceptable, whether it's behavior on the court, whether it's behavior from, the people around him and his own behavior off the court as well. This is part of it. It's part of the job. Whether you want that responsibility or not, you got it.
Mm-hmm.
So I would hope that he would start using it a little better than what he has.
Commissioner Kenny Silver, if you're able to cooperate.
I'm announcing right now, Seattle will never get a basketball team. Thank you.
That's not what we're here for, Commissioner. Thank you for the announcement, Commissioner. That's not what we're here for. Nor are we here for the 10 tournaments you're about to announce for Las Vegas. You can announce those at a later date.
I'm announcing the entire NBA playoffs will be in Las Vegas, Nevada from here on out.
Yes. You corroborate enough of this stuff. Say by week's end. What do you do?
I think you got to suspend him.
Yeah, that's
you got to suspend him because I'm trying to think of what
gotta get his attention.
I'm trying to think of what happened before with that Indiana thing,
and
somebody found it. That they said, they investigated. Josh said, "Oh, they investigated, and it was a bunch of cap." Well, somebody found enough to say this guy should be banned.
Yeah,
and I don't know if it's that incident.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's him walking on the court. I don't know.
I think it's like 10 of them. 10 incidents.
Yeah, but there was enough there where somebody said, yeah, you can't come back here this year. And here you go again. Now, you can make the argument if you're John Morant, well, that's something that was in the past. Well, came out now.
The spirit of David Stern is sitting in Adam Silver's office right now like, you got to get this under control.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to take basketball away from him if you're able to corroborate this stuff. Yeah. It's not this is stupid behavior.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, and I'm not going to say it's not. You beat up a kid, you threaten a dude who's working as a mall security guard, for God's sake. You make what, $30 million a year, $40 million. You threaten a dude who's working mall security.
Come on, man.
Like, come on, talking about I'm gonna find out what time you get off. Come on, man. Okay. That's the life you want to live. That's cool. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take this life from you, though.
Mm.
And now you're harmed, your team's harmed, and your fan base is harmed.
Mm-hmm.
Get your actions under control, or this indefinite suspension, which is the term that you use when you just make up numbers. This indefinite suspension becomes a permanent suspension. And that's not, these acts aren't lifetime ban worthy. That's not what I'm insinuating. I'm insinuating you've got to do something to get this young man's attention before it goes bad.
All right, Damian
worse
Silver.
Before it goes worse.
Damian Silver. So it doesn't even come to me. Do you talk to the Memphis Grizzlies owners and be like, do something?
No, because I'm the commissioner of the NBA. I'll do it. You can do it if you want to, but I'll do it. To be clear, though, I'm going to have a 100% grasp of what happened.
Right.
I'm not going to read the post and go John Morant's suspended.
I'm getting all of my scandals, my Olivia Popes on.
I've got an Olivia Pope in my office.
Yeah.
Who will bring me information that even those police officers didn't have. And I'm going to sit John Morant in front of me. And I'm going to walk through the Indiana incident. I'm going to walk through that mall incident. I'm going to walk through that basketball at his house incident with the kid. I'm going to walk through his tweets. And I'm going to ask him, what do you want to be? You want to be that? Or you want to be the potential face of this league? Because what you're not going to do is you're not going to be both. This is the one opportunity you get to answer that question. I'm going to give you 2 weeks to think about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, I like.
We made Kyrie go to classes because of a link.
You know what I'm saying? And that's where I brought in the owner, because Adam didn't do that.
That's right.
Josiah did that.
That's right.
So I don't know. I'm sure Adam had a talk with Josiah. I don't know if Adam made him do that, but it came from Josiah. So that's why I brought up the whole owner thing. When it comes to John Morant, the moral of the story is, I hope I hope he gets a rein in on all this stuff, man, because he's a fun player to watch. I talked about the influence and people looking up to him. My son loves watching John Morant. You know what I mean? I don't want one of the people that he looks up to be taken away or to be, doing things that I wouldn't be in alignment of the values that I'm teaching him. I want the guys that he looks up to be on par. So, and here's me just personally. This is just Kenny Caraway talking. Another young brother out here. I don't want to see you go down the wrong road and have all these things happen. I want to see you be as successful as possible.
Don't be the "see I told you so" guy who appears on Fox News.
Thank you.
Don't be that.
I want him to be as successful as possible, but he's got to rein all this stuff in, man. He has to.
Bad look. Bad look for Ja. We'll come back. We'll touch on a couple of football things, and then we'll dive into what the conference looks like for the Sacramento Kings. And I think I don't. Said you wanted to talk more about Warriors Clippers?
No, that was what I want to talk about earlier. When I said the
Warriors that you believe in the Clippers. Our Dubs. Kenny's all in on our Dubs. We'll be back. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let me see here. Wanted to make sure. Oh, I've got the wrong mouse. It's lit.
No, that's a lie. I'm not really.
Let me get in here. Where is that? There we go. I want to make sure I got my stuff. You guys give me 2 seconds. I want to make sure I got the correct date for what I want to talk about. John Morant got me all turned up. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. All right. Thirteenth round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to Meister Watches. Big ups to my people over there. Shout out to Ryan. Shout out to Jovan, the plug. You know what it is, man. Shout out to Jordan Brand doing what they do all the time. Shout out to the dope ones doing what they do all the time. And, of course, as always, shout out to Cola Sea Moss. You know the vibe, man. I got the mango strawberry joint right now. Mwah, delicious. I love this. Cola Sea Moss. Go check that out for sure. And I wanted to talk about Teofimo Lopez coming back to the ring, going up against Josh Taylor on June 10th in New York City in a clash in the 140-pound division. This is a good fight. Shout out to Top Rank for making it happen. I love seeing it. It's a good fight. But here's the deal. I think Josh Taylor beats the brakes off of Teofimo Lopez. I, for one, was never a believer in Teofimo. He's a good boxer. Don't take that away from him. He can fight. He's got skills, but he ain't that. He's not what his dad used to always say he was. He's not what he thinks he was because it felt like he never felt like he already arrived. He never felt like he had to get better. And now he's going up against a guy in Josh Taylor who somehow weaseled his way out of the rematch against Catterall. That's a whole nother discussion. But Josh Taylor, when I saw him against Jose Ramirez, I said, no, this is one of the best fighters in the world. That's a fact. So I don't know if he's still that, but I know he's better than Teofimo Lopez. And I know Teofimo at 140 cannot match the power, speed, and skill of a Josh Taylor. You know me, I'm always skeptical of some of these guys that they put the strap on and they say their necks and all this other stuff. But Josh Taylor, I think that's easy work. I think he stops Teofimo Lopez. It's going to be interesting to see, though. We're going to talk about it more. June 10th, New York City. You know the vibes, man. And that's the 13th round. Don't let me go, baby. Don't go, baby. Dr. Davis, Steve Kim. Steve Kim is exactly what I talk about when I talk about racism in boxing. Then I ain't gonna lie to you. He's what makes me go a little harder in the paint for guys like Al Heyman and PBC because I see how they're treated in the media by guys like Steve Kim. and you know they're trying to assassinate these guys' character. They're trying to get them out of business, and I'm like, hold on, man, that ain't right. That ain't cool. So yeah, if there is PBC bias or Al Heyman bias, a lot of that is because I see a lot of the unfair portrayals of him and his company and the fighters in that company constantly. And let's just say what it is of the black fighters in the sport of boxing. And I don't like it. I don't like it. So yeah, got my eye out on that. Steve Kim is a fucking clown though. Keep John Jones completely away from Tank Davis. I don't want John Jones anywhere near anybody that I like. Tank already has enough problems as it is. Keep John Jones away from his ass. $2024 Ja versus Jake Paul. That's funny. Hey, your thoughts on Josh Taylor versus Teofimo Lopez? You like T.O.? Did you ever believe in T.O.?
I did. T.O. was one of my favorite ball players. If someone's asking me this question, so let's all collectively weigh in on this.
Let's do it.
What would it mean if I wore an NWO shirt? Someone's asking me that. If I wore an NWO shirt, what would that mean?
It means you down with the NWO.
What if you don't exactly know what the NWO is?
It can't hurt. You can. That's one of those you can wear it and it's okay.
Well, that's what I'm telling the person. Like, oh, it just like the way I describe it, the NWO for the time were cool bad guys.
How did this conversation come about?
I got a text. I got a text. So I said, if you were an NWO, if you wear an NWO shirt, what would that mean in wrestling? I said, well, the NWO was a cool bad guy group. They were cool bad guys. Oh, okay. So if I wear one, what would that mean? I wrote that you're a cool bad guy.
This is Kim. Kim, just wear the shirt.
I'm putting my money on Ham for this one.
No, it's not. It's not James Ham. I don't think many people are going to guess who that was. Though it may appear on Instagram and everybody will put it together. It's an odd question. I'll have to get the background on where that came from. But then I started thinking, am I describing this properly? Like that's what the NWO was. Like they were cool heels.
Yeah.
Derek Carr met with the Saints and Panthers yesterday. I believe he met with the Jets today. He seems to be locked in on those three teams. We've talked about this before. The new league year is the new league year is right around the corner. I think it's 2 weeks away. Legal tampering is the 13th, which is dumb. Free agency starts on the 13th. They just can't sign the contracts until the 15th. They do, but and it's dumb too. Just call it the start of free agency.
Yeah.
Sure. Legal tampering. If it's legal, it's not tampering. But I just can't figure out if one of those teams wants him enough to not wait to talk to Jimmy Garoppolo or laugh if you want Baker Mayfield or I didn't mean that literally. Leave Baker Mayfield alone. Leave that man alone.
Baker's sorry, man.
Or some of the other quarterbacks that are out there. Like, I'm guessing the Panthers aren't talking to Baker Mayfield. Just a guess.
Just a guess.
But I don't know if they love Derek Carr enough to forego that process.
I would think that it would just be the Jets that
are holding out,
or
that wouldn't sign him. I mean,
he'd have to wait if he really wanted to go there, because I think they're holding out for Aaron Rodgers, from everything that I hear, or they're at least going to tap into that situation and see what's going on.
Why Why? Why would anyone subject themselves to this?
Because he's good at football.
They hired Nathaniel Hackett, right? The Jets?
Yes,
so.
they did.
That was the Broncos' plan to hire Hackett, and hopefully you get Rodgers.
That's so stupid. Oh, God. Go get 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers, huh?
Yeah.
So he's going to a 45? Is that just the new thing? Quarterbacks are going to a 45? Or are we doing this every year where he goes off into his little darkness retreat and decides if he wants to go play football again? Bob, don't do it. Bob doesn't call the shots. I don't know who calls the shots.
People call the shots. I think he would love nothing more than Aaron Rodgers.
Stupid, man. Well, of course he'd love nothing more than an Aaron Rodgers. Look at his last 2 draft picks that have been quarterbacks. For my next act, I'm going to go get a 40-year-old quarterback who acts like a child.
We need to get Kendrick Perkins on the case.
Why did you see Kendrick call JJ Reddick a little Elvis Presley looking dude?
I did. I don't know where that derived from. Like, I don't know why he went there and why he started getting heat for JJ, but
I do. It involves, oh, come on, man. Kendrick, I think Kendrick was agitated about the way Nikola Jokic is being covered. And they're saying Nikola Jokic is averaging a triple-double. Meanwhile, Russell Westbrook did it for 4 years. And you said he was stat padding. And
Ja was stat padding last night, by the way.
Who was?
Ja. There was like a 15-point game, and he cleared everybody out the way to get that rebound with 45 seconds left and then called a timeout. Ricky Davis vibes.
Oh, wow. Come on, Ja. Ja can't do anything right now, man. He cannot do anything right. And then I think JJ, on a day that Kendrick wasn't on whatever show that they do, said that's out of pocket. Nikola Jokic is this and Nikola Jokic is that. And I don't know where it got to the point of calling him a little Elvis Presley looking dude, but it was somewhere like there. I feel like there was a back and forth exchange on Twitter, like word wise, where Kendrick quote tweeted something from the show, and then JJ responded. He was like, "Oh, I've never said anything bad about Russell Westbrook, blah, blah, blah." And then emerged the little Elvis Presley looking dude video.
Keep saying that.
Kendrick with like a tank top on, like he had.
He was in his bathroom, just got done shaving.
Like you knew he had flip-flops on. Like there's no, like he had a tank top and flip-flop. Like you just knew that's what he was wearing.
And he told him, he said, I'm gonna be there tomorrow, and you're gonna see me.
As annoyed as I get with some people in the national media, Kendrick Perkins entertains the hell out of me.
I don't have a problem with Kendrick Perkins.
I find Kendrick very funny.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Perk. He's cool. But I say that you mentioned the Jets, and I say get Kendrick Perkins on the job because did you see his argument today, his main revelation today?
Oh God, no, I can't keep up.
He was on there and he was talking about because this makes sense with how JJ is waxing poetically about Jokic and and all this other stuff. And he brought up the point of, he said something to the effect of there's been 3 MVPs in the last 20, 30 years, I can't remember, that have won the MVP without being the top 10 in scoring. And he said it's Steve Nash, Nikola Jokic, and Dirk Nowitzki. He said, now you guys tell me what they have in common.
Yeah, I see that. I see that right here. I'm looking like I'm not going to play it. It's a 4-minute clip. Apparently, it took him 4 minutes to say Nikola Jokic is getting this coverage because he's white.
Which also I don't always because Jokic is a beast. Like he is phenomenal.
He's bad.
So like I'm always like, well, maybe, but it doesn't mean like he's not good. It doesn't mean like he's not historically good. He's doing historic things.
I keep okay. Is this
that's the bathroom one?
So I see. Here's the thing, though. Like this is. I don't know if this is clean. I remember listening to it. I just want to give everyone the visual for those who are watching the show of what this whole thing looked like. We'll run it for just quickly. I don't know what he says here. Jesse's ready.
Why people want to bother me when I'm supposed to be off today? But JJ, listen, man, this is all I'm saying. If you want to slap box, at least allow me to be on TV to be able to throw my jabs and my uppercuts and be there to fight back. Here's the thing. No one is knocking what Jokic is doing for us, him having an unbelievable season. He's an unbelievable player. He's one of the most skilled centers to ever play the damn game of basketball. But don't you act like you wasn't in those locker rooms or didn't play with those players that were a point, two rebounds or assists away from, having a triple-double or a double-double or hitting 50. It goes on all the time. It goes on all the time across the league, and it's okay. Guys should be able to reach milestones and live in a moment, and their teammates should be able to be there to help them reach those certain milestones. But don't act like you don't know and wasn't part of it and shared locker rooms where that type of stuff happened, because it happens all the time. That's the first thing. Second of all, when it comes down to the MVP race and winning MVPs, Jokic should want to win a third MVP. It's one of the highest achievement, if not the highest award that an individual could win in the league. So why wouldn't you care? You should care about winning the MVP. Let's not take that for granted. Now let's talk about the criteria. We don't know the criteria for MVP because the goalposts move every single season. And just because I feel like Embiid should be in the conversation, should be the front runner because he affect both ends of the floor, I'm wrong. I watched Embiid go 9 for, I believe, 25 or 27 from the field, but still dominated the game with 18, 19 rebounds, 6 blocks for them in the second half when they played like 2 games ago. I mean, I just seen the different impact.
Hey, excuse me. Sorry, Kendrick. My bad. Just hang on, Kendrick. Is Giannis still in the league or no?
I don't know.
Did he retire?
I know.
Jesse, did Giannis retire?
Don't believe he did.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Kendrick. Go ahead.
I ain't wrong for that. You know what I'm saying? I may love to drink Ciroc. You might love to drink Hennessy. Both of them go get you drunk. But I tell you this much. I'm going to see you tomorrow with your little Elvis Presley looking ass. And boy, I'm coming right at you. Carry on.
That was the line there at the end. Come on, man.
My favorite part about this is, for those that are watching, and apologies for those that are listening, watch Kendrick's face closer, because he's coming to the big end and he's got to figure out how to hit the stop button.
You tomorrow with your little Elvis Presley looking ass. And boy, I'm coming right at you. Carry on.
You can see him like, I'm cutting out right at the carry on. Kendrick, hey,
he makes a good point. though.
Teach me or entertain me, and Kendrick Perkins entertains.
But he also makes good points.
Okay.
I mean, Jokic is.
Well, I really would appreciate it if somebody mentions is Giannis Antetokounmpo's freaking
Nobody
name.
Does. And I don't understand. Obviously, not saying Jokic shouldn't be in the discussion, but he should not be in a tier by himself. With Joel Embiid playing the way he is, with Giannis Antetokounmpo playing the way he is. And if I really want to go there, which I'm going to go there, so Jason Tatum doesn't matter at all, right?
Yeah, I don't know why he got disqualified.
Tatum, he's been too inconsistent. In December, he had a bad month, and then these last few weeks, he hasn't been playing well. That's my guy, but he's not consistent.
Well, you can't have a bad stretch.
Fair enough.
Especially with the way these other guys are playing. Yeah. Everyone except Giannis.
Everyone except Giannis. Giannis, it don't even matter.
Giannis really is in the just can't win an MVP anymore category. For those who we did the work for you the other day. This isn't necessarily about Jokic. Jokic is having a phenomenal year.
Mm-hmm.
Giannis Antetokounmpo, who's won the MVP twice and won an NBA championship, is having the best season of his career. And you just heard, well, you didn't hear, but JJ Reddick's making the case for Nikola Jokic. Nothing wrong with that. Joel Embiid, his case is being made by Kendrick Perkins. Guess there's nothing wrong with that either.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Joel's probably having the best season of his career. For me, it hits different. Joel Embiid having the best season of his career. That's amazing. This guy's won 2 MVPs, and he's better. And he's not even being mentioned.
Giannis is averaging 31.3, 12.1 rebounds a night, 5.3 assists. Now, you probably sneeze at the 5.3 assists a little bit, right?
No, I don't. I don't sneeze at it, but I know where you're going. I know where you're going. Well, it's you only sneeze at the 5.5 assists when you compare him to Nikola Jokic, who's what, like 10?
Like 10, right? But look, here's what I was going to say. And this goes to Perk's argument, I think, is Giannis is 30th in the league, averaging 5.3 assists. Mind you, like, he's not the passer. He's not the point guard on that team. But whatever. 5.3 assists is 30th in the league. And you'd be like, well, that's just too low for an MVP or consideration. You'd be wrong, but whatever.
Yeah.
Jokic, if I got this correctly, is 20th in the league in scoring. He's not even in the top 15. He's 19th, excuse me.
Where is he? And I have no idea what you're looking at, so sorry for putting you on the spot.
You're fine, I got you.
Where is he ranked with his 10 assists?
4th. 10 assists a night, 3rd in rebounds a night, which is good. But his 19th in scoring, and the point that I was making, is equivalent to Giannis's 30th in assists.
Yeah, I got you.
Giannis is putting up 31 and 12.
I mean, I don't.
And if we want to go there, Giannis got 2 of the traditional statistical categories over Jokic. Jokic only got 1, 2-1.
Bucks are 2 games better. For those who factor that stuff in, the Bucks are 2 games better.
And I think your point is, and I agree with you, it's not even the fact of like if somebody wants to vote Jokic MVP. It's that Giannis isn't even in the discussion somehow.
Well,
that's just crazy.
It's the fact that by all appearances, it's already been decided. Like this should be, and I appreciate the transparency, because I remember when Russ won his MVP the year he averaged a triple-double, and everyone, this is going to be the closest race, Russell Westbrook and James Harden. No, it's not. Y'all are talking at your neck. James Harden's not winning the MVP. Russell Westbrook is winning the MVP. Russell Westbrook had defining moments. He had a historical season. He's winning the MVP. And he did, like, it wasn't close.
Yeah.
Now they're not even pretending like it's a race. They've decided, what, 10, 15 games ago? Maybe not 15, maybe 10 games ago, then Nikola Jokic is the league's MVP. Yeah. And I'm fascinated by that. I'm absolutely fascinated by that.
And Jokic is sick. We want to continue to say this because we feel the same way. That man is so good. Unbelievably good. One of the greatest we've seen in this 3-year span. No doubt about it. But Giannis is too. And I would say Giannis is having a better season than Jokic this year.
Tua's asking, do players get bonus incentives for winning MVP? That's on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Yeah. Major ones. And they get from not just the NBA.
You got it.
Nike, a car sponsor, mattress sponsor, whatever major partners they have, they almost certainly have incentives of upwards of $1 million for winning the MVP.
Yep, absolutely. So
Nikola Jokic is deserving. I just can't believe a season where Giannis is having the best season of his career. Joel is having the season that he's had. And forgive me for not looking up if Joel is having the best season of his career. The fact that we've just decided that it's Nikola Jokic's award already.
Yeah.
This is kind of twice it's happened to Giannis too, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could.
We had an argument as well.
I mean, I thought in my timeline could be mixed up. One of these years, I don't remember if it was last year or the year before. I really thought it was Joel.
Last year, probably. I think I went with Giannis, but I think that was Joel's year last year.
I had Jokic's first year. I felt the way about Giannis that year, the way people feel about Jokic this year. I don't know. I don't know if Kendrick Perkins made the remark, but the last player to win 3 in a row.
Well, there we go.
It works with Kendrick's narrative. By the way, Jesse just sent this in the chatty house. I don't know or not the chatty house, in our text thread. Did you happen to see the clip that circulated of Michael Cooper going at JJ Reddick? Apparently, JJ Reddick has drawn the ire of 80s, 90s basketball players.
Isn't this off the heels of Dominique Wilkins going in?
This is the Dominique. Yes, it's basically the same exact conversation.
Don't forget Bob Cousy's had some smoke for him as well.
Bob Cousy.
Settle down.
I don't know if he cusses in this video too, by the way.
Oh, I'm not going to play the video because honestly, I don't care that much about what Michael Cooper has to say. I think Michael Cooper is a very nice man, by the way. Michael Cooper said, that guy has no clue how basketball was played in the 80s. And I guarantee you this, JJ Reddick. If you had played in the 80s, I would have locked your ass up. You wouldn't have got a shot off. That's Michael Cooper talking about JJ Reddick. Now, if I'm JJ Reddick, I don't even acknowledge Michael Cooper. Because with all due respect to Michael Cooper, sir, you are the averagest basketball player. Sit down. Dominique Wilkins, okay. I think Dominique was way overboard calling JJ an idiot. And that was way over the top. Michael Cooper, stop it. Michael Cooper was a good ball player. Important part of the Lakers, for sure. Michael Cooper, stop it. Don't do that.
I do think Michael Cooper would have gave JJ problems.
Isn't Michael Cooper like 7'3"?
No.
7'4".
No, he's like 6'5".
Is he really 6? No, I actually thought he was like 6'9". Is he really 6'5"?
Yeah, he's like 6'5", 6'6".
6'5"?
Yeah. I think he would, because like, and here's the deal. Like, I thought JJ was a heck of a basketball player at Duke, and he ended up being a really good pro.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't De'Aaron Fox. Like, Michael Cooper could have defended JJ Reddick. Absolutely.
Okay. So what y'all want to do? You want to go play? Like, what are you talking about? Why do 80s and 90s? Why are they so insecure? Michael, how many rings does Michael Cooper have?
Insecure, but people like JJ said the basketball was crap.
I don't think JJ said that. I don't think he said 80s basketball was crap. I think some of these guys, whether it be JJ or Michael Cooper or Bob freaking Cousy.
Well, Bob
y'all
doesn't really have a leg to stand on. It was terrible back then.
Y'all riding a little too
get destroyed.
Y'all riding a little too hard for your era. You know what? Michael Cooper's rings translate just fine. They're probably a little smaller than they are now. But you know what I honestly think this all boils down to? It's an honest to God truth. I think this conversation is going to like quiet a little bit in the years and generations to come. Because I think what really gets to guys like Michael Cooper and perhaps Dominique Wilkins too is the amount of money they made. The money Dominique Wilkins made, who was a high profile player in the league, versus what a role player makes. I don't know this for sure, but you could probably, Rashawn Holmes make more money than Dominique Wilkins?
Probably so.
I mean, absolutely not a shot at Rashawn Holmes.
You got a guy like JJ.
The league is different. The money's different, and I think that is the root of everybody's insecurity. Those guys from the 80s and 90s, they see the contracts that these guys are signing every year, and they sign that contract. I could have taken that guy. I could have beat that dude. That's a great point. JJ made great money until he retired.
Yeah, and you're right about that. But I do think people like JJ are very dismissive of 80s and 90s basketball. And look, as somebody who like graduated high school in 01, like I understand being dismissive of the 80s. We played the clip on this show.
Oh man.
Like it's like, damn, I wish they would play defense like that against me.
Kings would have scored 211 the other night.
Right. But on the flip side, RIP. On the flip side, I told you I watched 90s, but it was like late 90s basketball. And the game is different. But this was like Bulls versus Jazz finals. It was pretty damn physical. So like for guys in that era saying like, the game was way more physical in our era, they got a point. They got a point.
Okay, game's more physical then. Is it faster now?
Yes.
Okay, we'll keep up then. I'll just say that too. You could never, Michael Cooper, you couldn't keep up with me. Your ass would be gassed
and
on the other side of the floor.
But here's the argument. The argument is like there were fast people back then too, but when they were fast, they come through the hole and they get a forearm straight to their chest and get knocked down. Now I'd be suspended 6 games. I can't do that no more.
That's just dumb.
And they'd have to think about that, right? Like they'd have to think, well, if I come to the hole,
that's not basketball. That's stupid. That's not basketball. Jesse.
So Dominique made 16.4 million in his career. Rashawn made
his career.
Yeah, Rashawn made that in his last contract. Over that.
Man, and there are dudes who make that twice that person. I think that's the root of a lot of
it. Has a lot to do with it for sure. Absolutely.
We'll come back. Man, this show is flying by. James Ham's going to be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. 4 in a row. Even James is going to be positive. James going to light the beam today.
I was listening to the King's Beat. He seemed positive-ish.
Well, yeah, you can't have him and Sean both. Like, Sean's just waiting for everything to fall. Just waiting for it all to fall down. I listened to, like, Sean was actually really good. Not that Sean's not normally complimentary of the team. Like, he is. He's just always very reserved when he talks about the squad. So we'll talk with Hammer when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I don't know if we're getting happy Ham. I think we'll get happy. Happy-ish Ham. Happy-ish Ham. Yeah. Well, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Ramsey always bring up those dark ass stories. Ramsey's like dark side of the ring. Dark side of the ring.
Have you been watching those biography WWE things on the what's the channel called?
A&E. Yeah, I haven't watched them. I heard Chris was texting me that the Jake the Snake one was really good.
His story's cool.
His story is wild. He had WWE did a DVD on Jake the Snake that I'm convinced it was so dark. That's why they never put it on the network. Like, his story is not good, like, at all. And I think WWE was like, yeah, we're just not going to put this one on the network.
Because it was DDP who ended up getting him, like, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like, he had drug issues, like, the stuff with his family. Oh, brutal.
That was horrible.
Yeah, just awful. Yeah, Dr. David, I didn't know that story until Mark Jones told it last night. That was pretty cool. I had never heard that. That's pretty awesome. The funny thing is, and the Dave McMenamins of the world don't care about stuff like his teammates have never said a bad thing about him. Never. But that story was really cool. I had never heard that before. I don't know how that slept through all of these Laker games and the times that they played.
Did you get that email with that KD sound?
Yeah, I did. You want me to load it in there right now?
Oh, I'm not even hooked up. My bad. I was like, I can't hear you.
He said, do you want him to load it into the system?
Yeah, just if it's there, if we ever get to it.
What is it?
KD talked about how it wasn't a failure in Brooklyn.
Was it on Twitter?
Oh, okay. He was on the Etc.
Oh, okay. So it was just a clip you pulled from the Etc. Yeah. Okay. Hold on, guys. Gotta get out the way.
My bad, bro. I thought you could do it from there. That's the only reason why I said yeah.
No, it was just because Dan can play for the stream.
My mistake.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll hold it for you. I'll be your.
Damn, look at me just making everything a hassle.
Probably that one.
Yep. All right, it's in the bottom corner.
Gotcha. Thank you.
My bad.
Hit the edit button.
Okay.
I thought it was way simpler than that. That's the way I said it.
Jesse can do so much stuff. Like, I don't even know what Jesse just did. I have no freaking clue what he just did. I don't even know what the hell this screen is in front of me. Nor do I know how to get rid of it. What happens if I do that? Oh, I know what that is.
Oh, man, Sean, San Diego State lost. I was on TV, and I decided not to watch it. I didn't know that, man. Where you at? You in San Diego or were they in Boise? Little Mountain West basketball. Admittedly, I haven't watched as much college basketball as I wanted to this year.
It does not seem like it. I am very surprised to hear that. Can y'all hit the thumbs up? I don't think I've mentioned that one time today.
I haven't watched a lot of ACC basketball. I haven't watched a lot of Big Ten basketball. I watched a lot of Big 12, Big Sky, Big West. A little Mountain West basketball too.
Oh,
okay, that's what's up, man. Shout out Boise in the house, baby. No doubt.
Yo.
Go check out Sac State next week, man.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hit the thumbs up, man. Let's get to 300 during the show. Y'all have been super strong for us this week. Even yesterday with the early game and the content getting old right away. We appreciate you. James Ham said to join us here at the top of the hour. You want to run this KD stuff now? Like we've got a minute before we dive back into the Kings.
We did a bunch of work to get it in here. I guess we should. I didn't mean for it to be that. It was like if we get to
Jesse
it,
been back one day and Kenny got him running all over the damn
It took me 30 seconds, guys. It wasn't that hard.
But no, basically I was listening to KD and he was speaking to our guy Bansky, Eddie Gonzalez. They did an Etc's podcast. It was the first time KD spoke outside of that press conference about the trade. He said some interesting things. And Eddie asked him about the time in Brooklyn and whether or not it was a failure. And I just thought KD's response was interesting. Wanted to see what you thought about it.
I'm disappointed that we didn't get a chance to really build what we wanted to build because, like I said, we only played a few games together. That's the disappointing side of it because obviously every time every player steps on the floor, they want to win the game and we want to win the season. So, yeah, we had the talent to go far in the playoffs, and I wanted to build on that. I felt like after that 2021 season, we had an opportunity to build on that, even though guys were injured. But we seen something that year. So I get that part of the spectators and people saying that was a failure because they wanted to see it work and we wanted to see it work. But on the same side, I felt like I maximize every day as a pro. Like I get the most out of myself every day. So I would never say anything I do is a failure. If I don't get the most out of myself, I go through the motions, not work as hard, not go through, try to make every rep important, then yeah, I'll say I failed. But I feel like I get the most out of myself every day, and that's the most I can ask, and that's the most I can do. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I tend to look at my career as I've gotten older.
Your thoughts? Because I guess that hit me a little bit. I wanted to ask you about that.
I understand exactly what he's saying. Mm-hmm. I think from his perspective, would I look at Brooklyn as a failure? From his perspective, I probably wouldn't. And the reason being, this isn't a shot at them, but it's not like they had a smoke-filled arena introduction and went not one, not two, not three, not four, not five. They didn't do that. Like they went out there with the hopes of winning an NBA championship. Mm-hmm. We all know how close that they were to getting to the NBA Finals, as close as you could possibly get to getting to the NBA Finals. We
those Eastern Conference Finals
are getting to
no, I know what but we all feel the same way. We all felt like
wasn't that the year we said the winner of that
we
was
felt the same exact way. Yeah, I just laughed, not to correct you, but that we were all.
I don't even remember who the Bucks played.
I think it was Atlanta after that.
Oh my God, that's why I didn't forget. I blocked it out. Atlanta, Jesus. It's us, fans, media, content creators, who create the championship narrative, the championship conversations. I appreciate that perspective from Kevin Durant, and I think I completely understand him.
Yeah, I felt the same way you do when I heard that. And it was interesting to hear that from him because, being in our business and us talking about it and hearing, oh, it was the biggest failure ever or whatever. Well, yeah, they didn't win a championship. They won one playoff series, I think, in 4 years. But,
well, do it. I wish you tell the whole story. Like there's a lot to that line you just.
One season they didn't even play together.
Right. There's a lot to that.
And they got in a position by getting those two guys there to have an opportunity to win every time. And then you can think about it however you want. I'm not telling anybody how to think about Kyrie Irving. But one of the years they didn't win, it was because there was a situation unprecedented to our lifetime that kept them out. It's not like he just said, no, everything's great and I'm just never playing because I'm Kyrie Irving. Like there was circumstances going on. Mm-hmm. And they had a
far
few
from
of
the
those
only one that did that. And by the way, for those Spencer Dinwiddie had one of the worst early cases of COVID that we were made aware. He had COVID for months. The way that he tells the story, and he was on. If I'm, good. Not going to Disneyland, Disney World, or wherever we were for that.
Right,
it's a hard pass.
So, yeah, I just found it interesting, man, because I do think we get inundated in this super bottom line business of did you win a championship or not? Like, there's only one team that can win a championship every year. That doesn't mean everything and everybody else is a failure because they didn't win a championship.
Yeah.
So I just heard that and I thought that was interesting by KD.
I did. I think part of the reason is you don't hear a lot of athletes share that perspective. You hear the goal is to win, the goal is this, the goal is that. I think, we've had this conversation before about whether KD has something to prove. And I've always been of the belief KD doesn't have anything to prove. I think, especially based off of that clip right there, I don't think KD thinks he has something to prove. I think KD, I think you can question a lot of guys' love of basketball. I don't think you can question Kevin Durant's love for basketball.
Agreed.
I believe that dude just genuinely loves playing basketball. He hates everything, and we hear this a lot. He hates everything that comes with it. Which is why he does a podcast on his own. Like, we joke about Draymond Green's new media, but there is something to, I'm not going to, you don't get to record my voice, cut what you want, and make your story out of it. I'll talk in the sound bites to do what I'm obligated to do, but I'll tell my story on my forum. He created his own forum. But part of the reason I laugh at Draymond Green's new media is because it's tied to Colin Cowherd, a dude who publicly said in front of other radio people, podcasting is ridiculous. What would I do a podcast for? I have a radio show. And then it dawned on him, that's not the case. We need to, speaking of podcasts, Corners of the Culture available tomorrow for everybody. And I look at Kevin Durant, the boardroom. That's KD. That's KD's creation.
Yep.
And that's where the et ceteras lives at. I think there's value in that. And I believe athletes have taken the reign of telling their story.
Yeah.
You don't get to tell it for me.
Yeah.
Let's grab hey, tell Ramsey we'll get him. Ramsey wanted to talk about something super dark anyways. Let's bring in our good buddy James Ham here.
Talk about Chris Benoit.
Speaking of darkness.
Pretty damn close. Hammer, I don't think anyone associates you with darkness. I'm going to be honest. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the Odyssey app. The creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, here with us. Now, by darkness, I think you meant negativity. And James, after 4 straight wins, even you can't find a reason to be negative or to be concerned about where the Sacramento Kings are right now.
Yeah, I told you guys, I think it was on Friday or Monday. I don't know what day of the week it is. I never do. That if they can win the 2 OKC games, that this is it. They look more like a 48 win team, and they could actually push for 50. And they did it 4 in a row. Here we are. We're sitting in an unprecedented situation over the last 16 years for the Sacramento Kings, where they completely control their own destiny. And all they have to do is, I don't even know if they have to go 500. I expect them to go a few games above 500 from here on out, but they've put themselves in a great position. They took care of the business that they had to take care of. It was 3 out of 4 that were very winnable games again, and the Kings don't have a bunch of those left on their schedule. They took care of it, and they've got separation, and I didn't expect to see this type of separation this late in the season. It's a good day. It's a very good day to be a Sacramento Kings fan.
James, when you talk about what you saw from this team, do you think it goes past the wins? Because you had a great point on Friday, I think it was, where you talk about these guys can play really well and still lose games. You know what I mean? So it's not always about the wins and losses when you talk about trying to get prepared and seeing if you're up to the caliber of playoff basketball. But just the way they've been playing and the way they approach some stuff, is that more impressive to you than just the 3 wins or the 4 wins since the break? Like, it seemed like, especially yesterday without Fox, they still had a certain mentality going into that Thunder game that from the onstart they were ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, I will hold to it. Like, look, they could play excellent basketball all the way down the stretch here and still lose, 13 games out of the final 21. That can happen. They play a lot of tough teams. I think the biggest thing is, I don't even really care how they played the last 4 days, the last 4 games. The fact that they won all 4, it makes a huge, huge difference in how this final, 21 games will be played out. I mean, look, if they go 11-10 and they lose, they lose 10 games, that means that a team like Dallas, who's now 6 games back in the loss column, they've got to be almost perfect, like the whole way. I mean, they've got like 4 losses the rest of the season that they can put on the board if they want to, and then they would still tie the Kings, and it comes down to tiebreakers. And you can say the same thing about the Clippers, the same thing about the Warriors, and so all of these, we kept talking about it early. It's not just that you beat the Clippers on Friday. It's that you now have a 2-1 advantage in the season series. It's not just that you beat the Lakers. It's that you beat them. You won the season series 3-1. So all of these things are starting to matter and compound at this moment, because the Kings, like, it could come down to tiebreakers where they finish. And I would rather be a team with a 3.5, 4, and 4.5 game lead over the 3 teams behind me than one of those teams chasing when it comes down to 20, 21 games left in the season.
Hammer, talking about last night's game specifically, and I really appreciate the fact that you said how they win doesn't matter, because we're so late in the season. Just getting a W is what matters. And I mean, last night's game wasn't the prettiest, but it was pretty when the buzzer went off and the Kings had won. Kenny and I talked about the confidence that this team has 60 games into the season, and the fact that they were able to go out there and execute, particularly those 5 starters, execute the way that they did with De'Aaron Fox off the floor. How did you, what was your takeaway from that? I feel like I asked the question while answering it at the same time, so my apologies for that. But I'll say this. What really stood out to me yesterday was the way that the starters played in absence of De'Aaron.
Yeah, we're talking about efficient, really, really high-quality offense. And Davion, I thought, brought it on the defensive end. He ended up with, 15 points, and 4 of those came in the last couple of minutes, or the last minute or so. But the defense he played during the game, I thought, was really, really strong. And then you start looking at guys like, Harrison Barnes, who scores 29 points on 13 shots. What in the world? The guy just, when he wants to be that player, he can be that player. And I thought that in a moment where you needed Harrison Barnes to step up because Fox is out, he had no problems doing it. And the fact that he went and got 9 rebounds, that's tremendous. And he had assists, which, again, Harrison isn't a big assist man, But when Fox steps off the court, you need everybody to chip in when it comes to that. Kevin Huerter, 9 assists. Like, forget the 20 points. People want to talk about, oh, he's been in such a shooting slump. Okay. Like I told you guys, the 4 games before the stinker that he had, on Sunday, he was shooting like 414 from 3, like 41.4% from 3 over his previous 4 games. Like, he was fine last night. Did he hit the 3 all the time? No, but to be honest, he's a guy that it almost doesn't matter. We can compare like the big downturn that we had from Malik Monk to the downturn that we've seen from Kevin Huerter. The biggest difference is when Monk wasn't hitting his 3 and was really struggling, he was shooting 36% for a 24-game stretch from the field. Kevin Huerter, even in this stretch where he's struggling from 3, he's still shooting like 47, 48, 49% from 3. Just depends on how far out you want to go in the window. So he's still being effective. He's just not hitting the 3, which is something he's going to have to hit. But again, 9 assists from him. I thought that was tremendous. A double-double, not just from Sabonis, but also from Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray came to play. He hit the glass so hard. He had that huge putback dunk, which we haven't seen him really do. And we're seeing every day his confidence is rising. He's expanding his game. He's showing you more and more of who he will be in the future. And, what he is right now is really good, but what he can be in the future is exciting. And he's going to be much better than he is this season, where he's averaging, 12 points a game on the season. You just have to be patient. And so all of that said, then you have the guy who literally is driving the wheel here for the Sacramento Kings, and Sabonis. And we've got to a point where we take it for granted. A guy goes out, puts up 22 points, 14 rebounds, and 9 assists. It's just every game. Every game is a superstar game. And we don't want to call him that, but that's what he's doing. Like, his numbers are incredible. And so, yeah, the starting 5, we can skip over talking about the other guys that played, but the starting 5, you're right, they were just absolutely tremendous. In a game that, it's a big deal. If you lose that game, you can say, oh, it's just one game. It's really not. It's one game against a sub-500 team, and you only have like 5 of those left. You need those wins. You have to get those wins.
Well, and the other thing that I like about that as well is, like yesterday, the starting 5 carried them, right? Like, the starting 5 was everything team. But you're going to have games like that, and that's what we've seen throughout this year, where sometimes the starting 5 are going to be the only people in double figures, like it was last night. Sometimes Kevin Huerter is going to have 6 points. Harrison Barnes is going to have 5, but TD is hooping and Malik is hooping and Trey Lance is. You're getting those efforts, and it seems like no matter what is going on that night, they collectively, consciously or subconsciously, figure out who needs to step up that night, and they step up. You know what I'm saying? The starters may look around and be like, well, not getting no bench production today. Come on, we got to pick our game up and bring us on home, or vice versa. And that's the sign of in my opinion, a complete roster, a roster that can give it to you any way you want to get it from each night, or at the very least gives you an opportunity to win with how deep they can go. I think they're 9-10 deep, legit.
Yeah, I think the biggest point to that too is that you have players that not only sense that they need to step up like as scorers, but they have moments when they realize that something's going wrong in the game and they need to go fix it. And so that's where I get to like the 9 rebounds from Harrison Barnes. Like, Keegan Murray has started to put up those types of numbers, where he's getting 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 rebounds in a game. But Harrison Barnes is averaging, right around 3.5 rebounds a game for like a month and a half. And you could sense in that game that they needed that. And then you had Trey Lyles come in. And I thought, Trey Lyles had his crazy moment in the first half where he got the technical and kind of lost his cool and had to go sit down for a minute, which very uncharacteristic. But then you got to this point in the fourth quarter where you saw the light bulb go on that Trey Lyles, like, I've got to go rebound. And boom, 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 he's flying in from all kinds of angles. And I don't know where the stats were on it, but he ended up with like 5 boards. It looked to me like he had 7 boards, maybe 8, and all late in the game. So I really do think that it's one of those moments where you look at the team and you go, okay, they've got guys who can fill specific needs. Terrence Davis, we need somebody to go out there and score. Can you go get us 5 buckets? I got you. Malik Monk, tonight, you can score, but what we really need you to do is play make, because our playmaking isn't suffering. go out there and do it. And that's what I think we're seeing. We're seeing individuals being able to step up into roles, whether they're comfortable doing it or not, and finding success. And that's how a team succeeds.
You know what else has been suffering is James's opinion of Davion Mitchell.
James's opinion.
James. Well, wait a minute.
A lot of people out here in these streets.
No,
I was the only one that believed in Davion.
I have been frustrated with Davion in the past. How do you and I gave him his flowers to start this show because I absolutely believe he earned them. I saw him play with an aggressive aggression level that I don't feel like we had seen from him enough in games, specifically where De'Aaron was out, because obviously it's an entirely different situation when De'Aaron is out. Hammer, how'd you feel about Davion last night?
I got to be honest. Most of the time when De'Aaron's out, Davion doesn't step up. That's what we've seen. Like the one game where Fox got hurt in game, we saw Mitchell come in and put up like 19. Then he got the opportunity to start the next game and he wasn't good. And you're like, hey man, those are like in the NBA, there's potential for you only in your career to get a handful of true opportunities to show that you belong and that you can be that guy. And I thought that like early in the first quarter, where Davion started stepping up and hitting the 3-point shots, it just changed the whole complexion of the game. It opened everything up because to that point, you know, they started to kind of muck up the middle because they're like, okay, well, Fox isn't here. We're just going to mess with these guys. We'll run some zones. We'll get physical with them. The second Davion started hitting shots, it opened up everything else for everyone. And those are moments that he needs to feed on. He doesn't have to score 10 points a game or 14 points a game. But what he can't do is he can't like take the shots that look like he should get to 14 points a game, but he's scoring 6. And, you know, he's getting in the way on the offensive end. So I thought it was one of his better games this season. And it's something that he needed. And you hope that he can build on. Although, like everything I'm hearing about Fox, he had an MRI. It was mostly clean. You know, like no one is ever 100% clean on these things, but that the team doesn't expect him to miss much time, if any, after this. So, you know, there's not like some expectation that he's going to be out like a couple of weeks or even a couple of games. So like you need Davion to like channel what he was able to succeed at this last game and then bring it into the next one and the next one. When he does the sneaky defensive things, like taking the charges, I thought he probably got, you know, 1 or 2 charges that should have happened that didn't happen. Lou Dort, like the mystery dropping the shoulder play where Davion flew like 10 yards and got nothing. But, you know, he had the play with Giddey where he pulled the chair out, which was just so impressive. He had the other offensive charge that he took. Those are moments where he really can impact the game.
The moment that stood out for me last night with what he did, it was actually 2 sequences. Where he was help side, Jalen Williams went back door. He strips the ball. Keegan gets it, goes out to a fast break dunk for Harrison Barnes. Call a timeout. They come out of the timeout, and he takes a charge right out of the timeout from the Thunder, man. Davion, what he's able to do on the defensive end, top shelf stuff. Damian asked me the question earlier, and I want to ask you, Ham. What do you say Davion's role is on this team?
I mean, he's De'Aaron Fox's backup. I mean, unfortunately, I think that's what his role is. Like, if there is a point where I thought he's a defensive stopper that can come in and, you know, on some nights play 30 minutes a night. Like, I projected him to play closer to 25 minutes a game this season. Yeah. And he just has had his role eaten up. And it's not because... well, I think partially because he hasn't excelled. That's part of it. But I think the other issue that he has is that De'Aaron Fox has. And the combination of Herter and Monk, whether they're on or they're off, they're having their weeks where they're struggling or not, they still give you so much at that position as far as shooting and playmaking and everything else that you've got to a point where there's just not a lot of minutes for Davion. And
so real quick, quick though, I want to clarify the question. What would make you say Davion played good tonight? Like, in your opinion? Like, he played a game, like Fox is back, he's the backup. What's a game from Davion look like where like he played good today, he did his job?
Yeah, I think he needs to be really aggressive and solid defensively. And I have to, like, there's one thing when you notice him defensively, but I have to, in certain situations, I have to not notice him too. Because there are times when he's still, like, off the ball isn't good and he's got to work on it. He's still figuring out that sort of issue, how to play defense off the ball, just like playing offense off the ball. I think he's really struggled with. On the offensive end, just hit your shots. Like, when you get open shots, hit them. Don't hesitate. Don't worry about what's coming next. Just get in position. Every other player on this team knows the position. Don't get in the way. And even to that point, if I don't see him on the offensive end, that's okay. That's totally fine. Like, we always see Malik Monk on the offensive end. That's just who he is as a player. But it's those players that can do a bunch of things that you look at the box score and you're like, hey, I didn't even realize he did that. The problem that I've seen most of the time is that he hasn't been a reliable three-point shooter. He's great defensively against smaller players, but against bigger players, they're starting to shoot right over the top of him, and that's become an issue. So there are just times where, like, it's tough. Like, you want him to fit in more, but I'll also, like, I don't like giving players excuses, but the way that the Kings do their rotations is just so incredibly difficult for Davion. And so for him to come in at the 6-minute mark of the first quarter when De'Aaron Fox sits down, and then Fox to come back in the final 2.5 minutes and finish the quarter, and then Davion opens the second quarter, it's just all this stop and go. It's really hard for a player to get a rhythm, for him to, like, settle in. And I know why they do that, but it's come at Davion's expense. And that's one thing I would point out too. Like, again, I could be hard on him, but a lot of times my frustration with him isn't whether he's hitting shots, or it's very much that when he stands out as he's not doing what everyone else is doing, then that's a problem. Like, I'll point this out. Chimezie Metu in the third and fourth quarters. What was he doing? Like, you looked out, the offense is flowing, everything's going good. They take Sabonis out because he gets a foul. And then all of a sudden, Chimezie's standing near the baseline, and no one's up, like, running the offense. So it's almost like you're running like a 5 flat. And you're just standing like, why is this happening? And eventually Mike Brown had enough and pulled Chimezie out and put Rashawn Holmes in, who starts setting the high screens. But it was like, why would you do that as a player? You've played 60 games for this team. Why would all of a sudden you stop doing the offensive flow that this team is known for? And I can't explain it to you. All I can tell you is that the offense stopped scoring for like 4 minutes, and it's because no one was out running the offense and setting screens for the players to get open. And so that's where I bring up Davion, because there are moments where you see those things that, like, man, you know the offense. Or if you don't know the offense at this point, are you going to be able to learn the offense? And so if you don't visually see him all the time on offense, that's okay. Some players, their role is to go stand in the corner and wait for the open shot. And for him, there's too many times this season, and, for that matter, Chimezie, where you see them stand out as someone who's doing something that doesn't make any sense, that's not part of the flow of what they're doing on a nightly basis.
Real quick, now I want you to hear what you got to say. But to be fair to those guys in that situation, they got thrown a curveball. I'll give credit to OKC on that one. They did go, and Katie and Mark did a great job of talking about it. They went to that 3-2 zone that the Kings were lost in. They were all lost for 4 or 5 minutes in that third quarter. And they couldn't run the normal dribble handoff offense at that particular time because they were zoned up. And they'll have counters now, and they probably do, and it probably is different with De'Aaron Fox out there. But for about 3-4 minutes, everybody on the court was lost with what to do in that zone. So I tip my hat to OKC in that one. They threw them a curveball they weren't ready for.
I'll counter with this. Mike Brown said it last week. Everyone has a zone defense. All of them suck. They are no good. That's why we don't run zones the entire game. And so if you didn't prepare your team against a team that runs zones all the time, that OKC team, that's not something new. They run zones all the time. They switch back and forth, but they drop into zones for large stretches. No one flashed to the middle of the key. No one flashed to the free throw line. And that's what you were waiting for. That's why everything stopped. And they didn't read the scouting report, or someone didn't read the scouting report on that particular moment. And like, I understand what you're saying where they're talking about the 2-3 zone. I'll also tell you at the same time, I heard Katie like, why is no one splashing to the lane? Why is no one showing at the free throw line? And that's what I'm talking about. It was a moment where maybe 4 guys recognized what was happening and one didn't, but the one that didn't is a crucial player in the offense that has to go show at the free throw line and actually, run the offense from that point.
All right. Well, one of the 4, tell them to go to the free throw line. Like, that's not all on them. Where my leaders at?
Yeah. But they're on the bench.
The one thing, and it's not fair, that Davion can't do is turn the ball over. Because of, and again, I recognize it's completely unfair to say, hey, Davion, you can't turn the ball over, though. Because it feels like when he turns the ball over, which may have been the source of some of my weekend frustrations, it's magnified. It's magnified because he doesn't play a lot. Or he doesn't play the amount of minutes that De'Aaron plays and Malik plays, and it feels like those turnovers just look worse because, like, all right, Davion, let's go. Oh, he handed the ball to the defender for some reason that I still yet been able to figure out in that first Oklahoma City game. With all that said, Hammer, was last night yesterday the last time we see Matthew Dellavedova play for Sacramento? Not saying he's not cut or not on the team anymore. I'm just saying, was last night the last time we see Delly?
I don't think so. I mean, it really depends if Fox or Mitchell get hurt.
Games earlier this season, by the way, he had some.
But he had another game early in this season where I was like, oh, no bueno.
Well, it's probably tough when you play every 20, 21 games.
Poor Delly. He just handed the ball. I think it was at the end of the half or something like that. He just handed the ball on a dribble handoff. He did it, Davion. I said, bro, what the hell was that?
Yeah. Well, and I'll add this to you. You asked the Davion question about the turnovers. Like, Davion averages 0.8 turnovers per game. Like, that's nothing. Like, that's not sort of who he is. He's basically a 3-to-1 assist to turnover ratio guy in his first 2 seasons in the league. I'll take it. That's totally fine. I thought, to be honest with you, it wasn't just the way Delly played. It was that for some reason Malik allowed Delly to run everything as opposed to what Malik usually does, which is take over the game with the second unit. So without having Davion next to him, it was almost like he was thrown for a loop, and he let Delly be the guy who takes the ball up. That should not have been the way that the whole thing worked. Like, Monk needs to play. The reason why you don't slide Monk into the starting lineup when someone goes down is because you need him to be him in the second unit. You don't need him to be him with the first team, and you need him to carry that second unit. And that's something I thought was really strange to watch as well. It was just like, it's almost like Dellavedova wasn't comfortable just playing off ball the whole time. So he always had to go get the ball out of bounds and was like taking the ball up. And I just thought that part of that was a mess. Like, Dellavedova should not be trying to score off the dribble in the late third quarter of an NBA basketball game. That I was like shocked by that. Like, why is Malik not the guy taking the ball and doing that? And it was really because they had kind of switched duties for the game. At least that's what it looked like.
You were pretty hard on Delly. You and Sean Cunningham both. Y'all went pretty hard.
Sean was hard on Delly.
Yeah, he was. By the way, I really like these live editions of the Kings Beat podcast. That's really good stuff.
It's good stuff.
They're fun, man. I like doing live too, because we get the interaction from the fans, and we can take on a couple of things that people are saying in the chat or answer questions. And so it feels like, they're the studio audience, right? So they're sitting there with the laugh track, but they also, like, on occasion bring up a good point, and you need to like dive into it.
Why is Brendan always dressed like it's raining inside his living room?
I think it's because he's like a young, like 20-something guy. Like, that's how they dress.
He looked like he walked in from the rainstorm and just sat down and started doing the podcast. Like, hey, buddy, get comfortable. Like, stay a while.
Yeah, people think I just got done hunting or something just because I'm wearing green.
To be fair, that's part of your motif, though, if you will. But it did look like you were leading a sleigh dog race
Last time.
Yeah, that was classic.
Yeah, beanie ham. That's what we're calling that look.
Yeah, beanie ham.
Y'all leave Deli alone, man.
No, I ain't got no problem. I don't have no problem with Deli.
Was thrust into a situation. Back up, PG. I didn't think he killed the teams.
I think it's fine.
He didn't at all.
Sean is kind of shocked. Like he was shocked when he made the team. He was shocked when they kept him at the waive deadline in January. He's shocked that he's still on the team. I get it. Like there just seems like there are other options out there. Like
vibes. I think Deli is a big part of the vibes.
I guess because I would look at a guy like Goran Dragic. Like, could Goran Dragic help this team more than Matthew Dellavedova? He just got waived.
I don't.
Maybe he. I mean, you guys just watched Dellavedova play, and you still believe that?
No,
Goran ain't even gonna play.
I don't believe Goran's gonna play. Vibes, Sam.
Is he a better player today? Yes, he is a better player today, but he's not gonna play. Deli don't play.
Yeah. Well, I'm fine either way. And people are like, there is going to come a point where I believe he's going to be an assistant coach. And I think that that's totally fine. I mean, Leandro Barbosa is there and he plays all the time. Like when they do. So a lot of times when there's a group of players who haven't.
Yeah, he might be.
Oh, yeah.
He could.
He might be better than Deli.
Yeah, Barbosa could go. He could take Deli's spot.
When there are times where like a bunch of the younger players aren't playing very much, following practice or shoot around, they run a 5-on-5 game, and guys like Deli, I think Robbie Lemons, like there's a couple of guys who jump in and actually play. Some of the the development guys jump in and play just so they have numbers and so those guys can keep fresh and stretch their legs. So yeah, like I don't know. There will come a point where I think Dellavedova is an assistant coach, whether it's here or somewhere else. So,
yeah, good for him.
He was fine.
Good for him. I like Deli out there. Well, I mean, situation.
The handoff did cause me to go. Oh,
I said, come on, man.
It's not like he's playing 20 minutes a game. Like it's just. It just happened.
It just happened.
All right.
There's only been the Kings have been. So good coming out of the All-Star break. There was only 2 times where I was just kind of like, the hell was that? It was Deli's handoff. And then on Friday when Harrison Barnes fouled Paul George when they were by just running into the screen. Yeah. I said they had a foul to give, right? He really wouldn't do that in the penalty.
Yeah.
Just ran into him.
Yeah,
it's gonna be okay. No, it's not gonna be okay.
There was that one game where TD threw like 3 balls, like 15 rows.
I really wish you'd stop bringing that up.
I
you
just
act like he does that every day.
No,
he just happened to throw a couple of them in successive order.
Deep. Like
even I was at home, like, damn, TD, who are you throwing it to? He was doing so far he couldn't even have hit Doug. Like,
yeah,
that one was out.
That's kind of like where we got with Herter the other day, where it was like, okay, look, man, we can deal with you missing some threes. Now it looks like you're getting beat on quite a few defensive assignments in a specific game. But the second you started like handing the ball over and throwing it out of bounds and doing some like weird things with the basketball, it's like, okay, that's too much. You just go sit down. We're going to let Malik go do his thing and score a bunch of points.
And to be fair to Deli, and I guess Deli's only the bench wasn't particularly good yesterday. Like that game was won by the 5 guys whose name was called at the beginning of the game. Like those are the guys who won the game. And sometimes that's happened. We've seen the bench pick up the slack for the starting group before. But last night it was and it was great to see those 5 guys, including Kevin Herter, Keegan Murray, Davion Mitchell, to get in the act with the big numbers that Domas and Harrison put up.
Yeah, I think the only other player that came off the bench that I thought was impactful at all was Trey.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, like how many games this year do we have to say that where Trey comes in? It's not every game, there's not, but there's
a lot of them though.
Yeah, we're probably at 10 games now where he's made a really, really big impact in the final outcome of a game.
We'll come back. We'll look at the standings with James. We saw a lot of things happening in the association. I'm actually curious to get your take because the Clippers aren't off till Friday. They take on the Warriors on Thursday night. And that game obviously has a lot of ramifications for the Western Conference. It has a lot of ramifications for the Los Angeles Clippers as well. So we'll look at the game coming up on Friday. We'll look at the current standings. We'll talk about what's happening between now and then, and we'll talk more Kings basketball with our ESPN 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, good.
I'm so happy to have you back, Jesse.
Barrett Bryce is in the chat giving out wrong information on how to break a zone. Just wrong.
Don't listen to Bryce?
Barrett Bryce.
Oh, but don't listen to Barrett. Don't listen to Barrett.
He said you don't break a press. I wish I could find it. It's pretty far up there. But he said something to the effect that you don't break a press by flashing to the key and passing. I said that's like literally how you break a press. Get the ball to the
you break a zone, yeah.
Break his zone. But if you're going up against the zone, you want to get the ball in the middle of the zone. If you're in a zone defensively, keep the ball out of the middle. Simple. Once you get in the middle, it's done. Everything's done. It's a scramble mode, and that's not what you want. So
yeah, it's an accordion. The second that you get the ball in the middle, everyone shrinks in, and it opens up for the shooters on the outside. So that's where it was like, what are they doing? Why are they not moving? It's almost like someone was standing in Chimezi's spot, and so he's like, well, I can't go over there. Someone's standing in my spot. It's like, dude, go over there. That's where you're supposed to be. He's someone.
You got there first.
He's already there. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, it doesn't matter. Just go over there. And the second that someone runs through the lane, everyone else starts to shrink, and it just frees up the perimeter.
Now, the one thing I will say is in the 3-2, because they were in the 3-2 last night, things do get a little wonky, and you got to do things a little differently. You get it to the middle a different way. So typically, like when you have a zone, press, or half court, you offset what's up top. If they got 2 guys up top, you got 3. If they got 1, you got 2 or whatever. When you have 3, it's kind of hard to have 4 guys up top, right? So what happens is with that 3-2, the open area spots are those, they call them dunker spots now, right? And you get them to that short corner, then you use that short corner to get to that guy who's at the free throw line diving down, and that's where the hole is. Then I don't think they figured out how to get, like, there's part of me, I have to watch it. There's part of me that feels like Chimezi was probably in that dunker spot, and he was looking for that spot as opposed to flashing, when he probably should have been the flasher and somebody else, Trey Lyles or somebody in that dunker spot. But it's also different in the NBA than it is in college and high school. So
yeah, and that's a really long and physical athletic team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're good defensively. You know, I don't know where they're at defensive rating wise, but I could actually look. Defensive rating. Oklahoma City is 11th in the league in defensive rating. And OKC is actually in net rating. They're a +1. They're actually 10th best net rating in the NBA. That's surprising.
Players I like. They got some guys I like, and Chet wasn't even there in SGA. I chuckled a little bit because Katie, she was 100% correct, and I just thought about this when people were like, "We need to tank," be like OKC, and do all this last year, right? And Katie was like, "Oh, they got a lot of good ball players. You can see the foundation." Mm-hmm. She's like, "In 5 years, it's going to be somebody you could." If you told me the Kings went that route and we were like, in 5 years they could be, no, I'd be done. I'd be done.
That's the old Jerry.
16 years. No, I'm not doing another 5.
Yeah, Jerry Reynolds used to always say, "Yeah, if you have a 5-year plan in the NBA, you have no plan at all." Yeah.
If you have a 5-year plan in the NBA, you have unemployment on the horizon.
No, there's that.
Yeah.
Hit the thumbs up, but
to your point, I think
hit the thumbs up.
If everything goes right, I think they're maybe 3 years away.
Away from what though?
From being a team that's a perennial playoff team.
Okay,
top 6.
Yeah.
And once you're top 6, you can think about championship.
Yeah, I'm with you.
They're like 3 years away from that.
Yeah.
A lot of things have to go right though.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
You need your big fella to be healthy. I'm really excited. I was really excited to see him this year. one of the sneaky disappointments.
Oh, Chet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Chet.
Yeah, Chet grew on me. Again, if you guys could hit the thumbs up, man, we should be able to cross 300 before the show's over. I mean, we're at 287. There's 470 total, 446. Just hit the thumbs up, man. We appreciate you. Even on Facebook, hit the thumbs up.
Shout out Facebook.
John Bull hit the thumbs up. Mark Primo, David, Warren hit the heart. See, John Bull likes us. Mark likes us. David likes us. Warren loves us.
We have that on every pod where Sean says, hit it again. It's like, no, don't hit it again.
Right, takes it away.
Yeah. I feel like the commercial breaks have gotten longer since Jesse got back.
Getting money, baby.
Advertising dollars went
We're
up as
getting
soon
money,
as Jesse
baby.
got here. I'm pretty sure that Charlie was dumping commercials. He's just trying to get this thing over with as quickly as possible. All right, hang on, James. If you missed any part of today's show, you can catch it in its entirety in podcast form, whatever your favorite podcast platform is, be it the Odyssey app, Apple, Spotify. Just search Stilo and KC. Hit the subscribe button. If you have the ability to rate and review the show, that would go a long way as well. But Jesse breaks this show down in ways that you don't have to listen to the entire 4 hours. You missed our conversation with James Ham, you could catch it. You missed our conversation with Coach Marsh Campbell, you could catch it. You catch the start of the show, middle of the show, whatever. Jesse does a great job of breaking that down for you over on our podcast. And while you're there, search Corners of the Culture as episode 1 of season 2.
Season 2
drops tomorrow as we look back at Dr. Dre's classic, The Chronic. James, what do you think of The Chronic?
Can't wait to be on there and break it down.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Your thoughts on? Nah, you're gonna say that.
Rat tat 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 on that ass.
They be in.
Well, there's that.
I'm in. I don't know.
Such a sophomoric line that gets repeated all these
hilarious.
Years later.
This kid is
all of these years later. James, let's look a little bit at what we saw last night. Shout out to Tyrese Halliburton and Shavano for doing the Lord's work in beating the Dallas Mavericks. We saw the Grizzlies beat the Lakers. We saw the Warriors beat the Blazers. And we saw the Wolves beat the Clippers. I want to talk about those last 2 games specifically, not necessarily the games, but a couple of the teams in them. James, where are you? You've watched them a lot over the last 5 to 6 years. Maybe not quite as much as you've watched the Sacramento Kings, but you've watched the Golden State Warriors a lot through their championship years. Where are you? What do you think that team is this year? Now now sitting in the 5 spot,
it's tough. Like you don't want to face them in a 7-game series, but I'm not sure how much you fear them. I mean, Steph is going to be back relatively soon. It sounds like we might even see him. They said in the next 3-game road trip, he could pop up in the 3-game road trip. And of course that changes the dynamics of that team greatly. But I don't know. It just depends on what week you get them. They're horrible on the road. Horrible. Yeah. So again, I guess if you had a playoff series, I wouldn't count a Kings Warriors, road and home. I wouldn't really worry about the home and road splits because you're going to have so many crossover fans for those games. But
we ain't letting them in the building. We ain't letting them in the building.
Yeah.
I understand. It ain't happening this series. If that happened, I'll tell you that right now. Ain't no 50-50. Ain't no Red River shootout. That ain't happening. We ain't letting it happen. My people in Sacramento ain't letting it happen.
I would hope that would be the case, but people want to pay Bay Area prices. I could see a few Kings fans looking at that and going, I could sell 1 game and pay for my entire next season. Maybe I'll do that. And so, but either way, they're still a team that I don't think you really want to get matched up against if you're a team like the Kings who haven't been there before, because you're realistically looking at a team that every player on that team has 500 times more like playoff experience than any one of the Kings players or all of the Kings players combined. I mean, that's kind of the way it goes. That Warriors team is so time tested and, they're battle tested. They know exactly how to get through a series. So it's possible you could run them off the court. But if I'm the Kings, it is you're going to play who you're going to play. You can't worry about it. At this point, I don't so much worry about the Warriors tracking the Kings down. So there was a point, maybe a week ago where I was like, okay, the third spot is tenuous at best. But right now, when you look at the Warriors are 5 games behind the Kings in the loss column, and they're 4.5 games back overall. But 5 games back in the loss column, they have a 2-1 advantage in the season series over Sacramento. And, they play the final game of the season? Oh, no, next to the last. Yeah. But that could become a really big game. I don't know that, again, I don't know that the Warriors can catch the Kings. But I certainly, if you're looking, you don't want to be a 4-5 matchup against them because that team could be very tough.
Yeah. I do want to be careful not to overreact because I feel like this is what a lot of national people were doing with the Lakers. That 27-point comeback against Dallas. All of a sudden, the Lakers are getting to the 6th seed to take on the lowly Kings. Whereas I thought last night's win was really impressive for Golden State. They were down big in that first half. They looked like hell. They got it together. They got scrappy. They fought all without Steph Curry and got the dub. They're going to have to do it again. And they're going to have to win games for the foreseeable future maybe next week. There's optimism that Steph could be back next week. But again, optimism and reality may not necessarily be the same thing.
Right.
I don't want to overreact too much to what we all watched last night. I thought that performance was really good. They've got to do it again. And truthfully, they might have to do it as soon as tomorrow.
Yeah.
When they take on the Clippers.
And also, we don't really speak about it, but Andrew Wiggins still isn't there. And nobody really knows what's going on with that. And who knows if and when he comes back as well. He was a huge part of what they did last year in their playoff run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that team is 7-23 on the road. And I'll just point out, they're 7-23. That means they have 11 more games on the road. So unless they do something that they haven't done all year, let's say they totally go above and beyond everything that they've done and they go 3-8. Now, I'm sure they could do better than that, but that's 8 losses.
Warriors going for their 10th road win at the Golden One Center.
Yeah.
That's the storyline we're all here for. Will the Warriors win their 10th road game at the Golden One Center?
Yeah, I think that's the crazy thing.
Kenny doesn't think they'll win 10 road games.
No. I bet the end.
And I gotta be honest. As fun as it's getting really hard to argue with you. They're really bad on the road.
Yeah.
Really.
I mean, it's crazy how bad they are. But again, they've got 11 more games. If they lose 8 of those, there's almost no way for them to catch the Kings unless the Kings had a catastrophic collapse because you already have a 5-game lead on them. So take that 5-game lead and add the 8, you got 13. That means the Kings have to go 8-13 to finish the season. So I don't know. They have to get better on the road if they're going to have any kind of chance to compete.
For a long time, people be like, but it's so bunched up in here. You have one bad week and you can go from 4 to 10. And we would always scoff at him. It's not happening. It's not happening. Well, it's not happening with the Kings. The Clippers and the Mavericks had a bad week.
Yeah.
And they have fallen out of where they were at. Which team?
Kings aren't in first class, but they're in economy plus right now. Right. They got a little more leg room.
It happened with those other guys for sure. I want to take those 2 teams specifically. Who do you have a little more faith in, the Clippers or the Mavericks?
Clippers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and the Kings, again, they have 6-game lead over both of those guys in the loss column. That's a tremendous lead this late in the season. Yeah, I still think that the Clippers, like I told you guys, you want to catch the Clippers now. You don't want to catch them 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now, because that will give them time to practice and to gel and to become who they might be for the playoffs. And, again, I think a lot of people, they jump on this whole, look, the Kings have won 4 in a row. They didn't need to make any changes at the trade deadline. And it's about today, it's about tomorrow, it's about the playoffs, it's about getting better and improving in a specific time. I think we all look at the Phoenix Suns and nobody wants them in the first round because you're worried that KD's going to be there. Do you mind facing? Yeah. Do you mind facing Phoenix right now? No, not really. Phoenix is tough, but like you can beat Phoenix on a Wednesday night at this point in the season. What you're going to have a really tough time doing is beating them when Kevin Durant's been there for 12 or 15 games, if that happens. And, they start to roll, they start to find the rhythm as a team. And now you're playing against, two legends of the game, although Chris Paul is kind of, on the downfall, but then, a really, really good player in Devin Booker and a solid center in Ayton, and all of a sudden that team becomes a lot more difficult.
Chris Paul wasn't on the downfall against Sacramento.
No.
That was New Orleans Hornets, Chris Paul.
Yeah, he got to the mid. Yeah.
That was absurd. Yeah, Kevin Durant debuts tonight for the Phoenix Suns, who are sitting 3.5 back from Sacramento right now. You asked James the Clippers or the Mavericks. The Mavericks might implode, and not for the reason that most people would think. Let's not pretend Luka Doncic is the most stable individual. This thing could go south because he gets frustrated.
Didn't take the last shot last night.
They're still doing that, huh? You would have thought they learned in game one, but they're still doing that. That thing could get – it seems like between the two of them, there's just too much talent for it to get that bad. However, you have two unique personalities, one in which I believe Kyrie's good. Like, he's good. Luka, I don't know about. Let them lose a couple of more. I want to see how Luka responds a lot more than I want to see how Kyrie Irving responds. Because I just don't think this team, the team in its totality, is very good. The Dallas Mavericks could go a certain way. They are going to go as far as Luka and Kyrie together can take them. But that team, I don't buy it. And you got a coach who's just like us. He's watching. I don't know if you saw that, James. Jason Kidd said, I'm watching just like you. I'm not on the floor. So ain't nobody coming to save that team. It's up to Kyrie and Luka, and I think them alone.
Yeah, and people always forget that in these trades, like anytime you make one of these big trades, you actually are giving up something to get like a star. And then you have to let the star figure out how he fits in the new world, right? And eventually they become just, Kevin Durant will become Kevin Durant and the Suns. But for right now, it's kind of like the Suns and Kevin Durant on the outside. I know that like the first couple of games, the Mavericks, from people I talked to, were kind of excited to let Luka was out. And so to let Kyrie like get to know his teammates, figure out his teammates. And then you actually had this weird moment where I think a lot of the teammates were really excited to play with Kyrie and maybe not so much to play with Luka anymore because
people love that, man.
Yeah, so it's a little different vibe. Plus, you gave up. People can say, "Oh, he's just a whatever," but Dorian Finney-Smith is a good player. Like he helped them. He beat the Kings one night. I remember. Like he's one of those guys that knows his role, plays to his strengths, and when you take role players and you move them for great players, the dynamic change is just like huge. And you got to figure out, it's not just how do the two stars play together, it's how does everyone else fit into that world, and how much of a sacrifice does everyone else have to take, because now you got two guys that are shooting 20 plus shots a game. That means that everyone is taking a huge sacrifice for that team. And again, when we look at like the Suns gave up like Mikal Bridges is awesome. Like, and you gave up Mikal Bridges in that. You gave up all those picks and all that. Even Jay Crowder was a useful piece. Cam Johnson, like you gave up your two starting forwards basically, and you expect that team is going to just like Kevin Durant's going to walk on the floor. Well, who is going to defend everybody like Mikal Bridges did? Because I can tell you, they don't have someone that can do that. Even Jay Crowder, they don't have another defender like Jay Crowder. So you're going to expect Kevin Durant to be Kevin Durant and put up 30 points a game, but like they have holes and they don't have any time to fix those holes. I mean, Terrence Ross got signed up after being waived and he's in their rotation, and that speaks volumes about where they're at as a team right now.
I think KD will go a little bit back to Golden State KD, where he's not the same player. Physically, he's not the same. I mean, that was 5 years ago. But I do think that when you talk about who's going to guard, I think he's going to be a little less looking to score 30 a night, and he'll take 20. He'll be able to score 25 in his sleep just because he's Kevin Durant. But he's going to take a little more pride in that perimeter defense. He's not at the point where he can be Mikal Bridges, but he can kind of mirror that type of perimeter defender.
Yeah, but isn't he like 34 years old? And didn't he pop his Achilles and now he's coming off another knee injury? Like, we can't expect him to be
really
good. He's still like
Kevin Durant.
no, offensively he's really good, but defensively that's gonna be tough.
But he's still like 6'14", so he doesn't have to be like super agile to guard Keegan
as tall as
Murray.
Michael Cooper.
He does have that Michael Cooper vibe.
I'm anxious to. I'm excited to watch them play. Like I want to see what it looks like. I don't think it's easy.
Yeah, I agree with both of you guys.
I can't remember. Did KD and that started out a little rocky, right? Golden State.
KD, yeah, they were like 8-9 or something.
I mean, it's a tough.
Maybe a little better than that, but I remember they lost their first game.
And this is, Chris Paul is a certain type of acquisition for Devin Booker. Kevin Durant is an entirely different type of acquisition for Devin Booker. And it's like we were joking about the lame ESPN question. Whose offense is going to be better than Phoenix's? Probably a lot, because they've got some things. I feel like someone should put a memo on the board of First Take, like, yo, there are only 20 games left. This isn't training camp. Like, these aren't free agency signings. And this is what I think Phoenix is betting on. They figure things out over the next 20 games and hit their stride when they're playing the same team 4, 5, 6, 7 times in a row.
Yeah, what Phoenix needs is a bunch of time together just to figure it out. Like, and again, you're going to ask guys like Ayton, guys like Booker to take fewer shots.
Yeah, Ayton already feels iced out. How's he going to feel now?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to change the dynamic. And how does Ayton work? Like, Ayton is Chris Paul's, like, big man, right? He's created that big man, like, sort of functional piece that he is. Chris Paul has created a lot of what Ayton is, right? And that's not who Kevin Durant is used to playing with. And so it's different. The same thing goes with Booker. Like, Durant's used to playing with creative playmakers. And, I guess you could say some shooters when it comes to the Warriors a couple of years ago. But realistically, like, this is a different feel. So we don't know what that team's going to look like. I'm not just automatically handing something over to the Suns, especially like the Kings. I looked it up again today. The Kings at 118 offensive rating. It's the highest offensive rating in the history of the NBA. Like, this team is rolling offensively. And they just, De'Aaron Fox missed a game. What did they put up last night?
124, 126?
124. Who's 124, 117?
123.
123. God, we'll get it. We'll get it. We've only been here 4 hours. We've only repeated that for 27 times. Okay, here's one for you both. Kings finished third. Who finishes fourth? The Suns.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to go the Suns.
Oh, okay.
The Clippers. The Clippers is who I, that's who I'm feeling, as far as like going to the NBA Finals. But they've already got this 0-4 out of the All-Star break, and I don't think
it's 0-3.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to
with the Warriors tomorrow.
0-3. Yeah,
I think it's more of a coin flip. Like, it's a coin flip to who's going to be there.
Where do the Warriors fit in that? Or do they?
Yeah, 5-6.
Yeah, 5-6.
5-6, 7.
We all got Dallas
is there.
Dallas is out. We taking Dallas out?
6-7. Dallas 6-7.
Okay.
I'm taking them out. I'm taking all the way out.
Yeah, I don't. Y'all could.
Warriors caught my
stay
attention last night a little bit, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay.
They caught my attention last night.
They'll really get your attention tomorrow. Then they'll get a lot of people's attention tomorrow if they beat the Clippers. But I unfortunately, I think the story tomorrow, if the Warriors win, is that the Clippers lost.
Yeah.
And then despite the fact that Russell Westbrook is shooting 50, 40, and 100, it's going to be his fault because his team is 0-4.
Yeah, and I'm going to need, rerun LA to happen tomorrow. I need Steve Ballmer rubbing on thighs tomorrow.
Oh, thigh rubbing. That's good. It's good. A little thigh rubbing.
Like, bro, I know you're worth more money than God, but please get your hands off my thigh. Sir.
That's not
Sir, what are you doing?
Sir,
I'm going to need you to do that and then to not make the Zoom. Wasn't it the Zoom that he made? What was the audio device?
I don't know. Just please remove your hand from my extremely upper thigh. That's all I'm asking. And stop staring at it the way that you are, because this video is going to live forever. Steve Ballmer.
Not great, Steve.
Say that, but he's passionate about his team. We'll say that.
Get your hands off my thigh.
Yeah, no. Stop being passionate about my extremely upper thigh. It wasn't just my thigh. It was the extremely upper part of my thigh. Steve got to calm down.
I think the best thing that
Palmer during the series.
No, I think the best thing that could happen to the Kings right now is if they somehow can hold on to the 3, but it's the Clippers and the Suns in as a 4-5. I think that would be, first of all, it'd be a fun series.
So Warriors, Dallas, either one at 6.
Dallas is the one. If they can find a way.
Yeah.
That's 6.
If you could find a way for Dallas to be 6 and for again Warriors Grizzlies to be the 2-7, man, that would be nice. Because there's a pathway.
I talked about this with Matt for a second on the Locked On Kings podcast. The Dallas, Los Angeles, either one, the Warriors, the Suns, the Nuggets. They, even to a certain degree, Memphis, they all have got expectations. The 3rd seed in the conference has none. No one is going to be, they're not entering the playoffs with any weight on their shoulder.
Yep.
If there's any weight on their shoulder, it's being taken off the second they clinch a spot.
Yep.
They're entering the playoffs as free and as comfortable as any team in the association.
100%.
Nothing they do will be looked at as a failure, like Phoenix. Kyrie, failure. 3-time MVP? Failure. Sacramento? Hey, we just here to light the beam, baby. We just here to light the beam, baby.
Light the beam. That's what we're going to do during the playoffs. It's happening.
Oh, man. Ham, it's always fun, man. I assume, by the way, probably should have asked you this out the gate. I assume Kings were off today.
Yeah, Kings off today. I'm sure we'll have practice tomorrow. So we'll have a little bit of info tomorrow, but a little bit quiet.
Good stuff. Let's see. Tomorrow's Thursday. Okay. Yeah, we'll lock in. James Ham will report live from practice, as he always does, with his extremely long videos. If you want more Kings talk, we got you. You want to hear from one of the hottest coaches in Sacramento, Mark Campbell? We got you. You want more James Ham? We got you. If you listen on ESPN 1320 or the Odyssey app, we're going to run it back next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
Clock out, baby. Jesse made it back.
It's checkout time. We gotta go.
Man. What do you got going on, Hammer?
Nothing. It's kind of, we keep having snow days up here, so like everyone's been home. No, like it's totally blue skies and sunny and I don't know, a balmy 48 degrees outside. But up the hill, because we're part of the Nevada Joint Union School District, if Nevada Union has to shut down, which has like 2 feet of snow, then Bear River shuts down as well. So because bus lines and stuff like that, kids can't get to school from out the Sierra area and all that stuff. So there's a ton of snow up here, man. I like it's no joke. And then like trees falling, and then it's been freezing, so a lot of like roads are sketchy and getting shut down and all that stuff.
Oh, that's no good.
Yeah.
That's no good.
Yes. Mike Brown is now the odds-on favorite to win the NBA Coach of the Year.
Oh, there you go.
Through Vegas.
They about to take that thing down Nick Bosa style.
Yeah, boy, Bosa, $35 million a year. That's what his agent's looking for.
Give it to him.
Yeah. Give him 36 just to make sure.
I was just about to say thanks for the discount.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Primo J, Bear River High School the last 2 years has struggled. Before that, they were spectacular. But their 2 veteran coaches retired. They were co-coaches for like 17 years. And they ran out of juice and retired. So it's been a little bit of a rough transition. Nevada Union is no longer tough at all.
I did not see that Jessup was going D2. I've never been to a Jessup game. It's kind of far. Well, isn't it like out here somewhere?
It's out by
Yeah.
It's out here.
It's right out by Damien out there somewhere.
Yeah, I guess for you, it is in fact far. It is in fact far. I was hoping to find out if things went well with out by you, but I don't see anybody here who could relay that message to us. So, all right, y'all, we're going to shut down. Let Ham go play in the snow. If y'all could hit the thumbs up before you go, we'd appreciate it. And while you're here, head over to the King's Beat YouTube channel and subscribe to that one as well so you don't miss any of their wonderful live broadcasts. Appreciate you guys as always. Again, thumbs up, subscribe. You miss anything, you want it in podcast form, check out the podcast. Corners of the Culture drops tomorrow morning. It'll be there when you wake up. Probably most of you, I think, is scheduled to post at 4 a.m. Maybe we'll do a shock drop tonight.
Shock drop.
J
Street Vibes will be open for you guys in the morning as well.
There you go. J Street Vibes. Appreciate you guys, man. Have a great rest of your day.